कोङ्कणी च जनमना कोङ्कणी च जनमना स्वाभिमानी स्वावलम्बी ओ अदम्य चेतना.
This song is dedicated to all the young entrepreneurs and all the entrepreneurs present here. Thank you so much.
That was very beautiful. Very good voice.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Vinayak. That was really melodious. Now, it's time to announce the winners of yesterday's Scale Up Award. But before we announce the winners, I request our gracious sponsors for today, Shri Srinivas Dempo, Shri Rohit Bhatt, Shri Jagannath Chanai, and Shri Balaji Bhatt to kindly step onto the dais to present the check to the winners. Shri Surendranath Kamath of Book Seva. Yeah, I've seen him in the morning. Yes. We can call Surendranath Kamath sir later on. I now call upon Srimati Gayatri Matkar and Shri Jairam Pai of Skige Validate. Hearty congratulations. I request CA Ullas Kamath sir also to please be on the dais. Yeah.
You can come in the center, please. And this is a check, you'll get it in real terms to your thing. And please, everybody.
Shri Surendranath Kamath of Book Seva. Hearty congratulations. Now I would like to call upon Shri Mahesh Nayak of Tiny Prism Solution Private Limited. Hearty congratulations. Now I would like to call upon Srimati Pooja Deshpande of Dharani Biotech. Srimati Pooja Deshpande of Dharani Biotech. I once again congratulate all our winners and thank our gracious sponsors for their generous funding. And I also thank the three organizations, that is Saraswat Chambers, World Konkani Center, and UK & Co. for giving the days and making this possible and connecting these startup founders to these stalwarts. Thank you, sirs. One small announcement. The following 7 chartered accountants, that is CA SS Nayak, CA Gopal Krishna Bhatt, CA Sanket S. Nayak, CA Purnima Nayak, CA Siddharth Sinkar, CA Sanju Shanai, and myself, CA Pratiksha Pai, we want to announce that we will provide the necessary mentorship to yesterday's 7 finalists to improve their pitches and pitch deck. If they so require, they can kindly contact us. And now for the next event. We see many startup pitches on television, but have we ever wondered what is the expectation from a VC or an angel investor while we are listening to a startup pitch? We have with us today a young and upcoming and enterprising Shri Pranav Pai to talk on the expectations from a VC angel investor in relation to financing, use of funds, governance, growth, and talent. I kindly invite you onto the stage, sir. Shri Pranav Pai is the founding partner and CIO at 314 Capital. Shri Pranav leads investments and portfolio constructions at 314 Capital. As a CIO, he has led over 70 seed and venture capital investments across several investment categories in India and the US. Pranav is deeply involved with the startup ecosystem in India. He has served as the co-president of Stanford Angels and Entrepreneurs India and the national vice chairman of the All India Management Association's Young Leaders Council. Shri Pranav has received the 35 Under 35 award from the Entrepreneur Magazine India and the 40 Under 40 Alternative Investment Professionals of India award from the Association of International Wealth Management of India and the Indian Association of Alternative Investments Funds. He was also on the GQ list of the 25 most influential young Indians. Shri Pranav graduated with a master's in electrical engineering from Stanford University. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, everyone, and good morning. While we're waiting for my slides, I must say it's a pleasure to be here. I did not know we had so many fantastic entrepreneurs of all age groups, at all company sizes, in so many interesting sectors, all coming together here today and yesterday. I would love to have been known all this a lot more before. I would have brought half my team here to meet everyone. But thank you so much for your time. I thought today I'll talk a little bit more about how, as VCs, we see the transformation happening in this country. We are but lucky bystanders of the action that founders are building every day. And we've had the good opportunity to learn from some of the best founders, of course, who we've invested in, but also some of the best entrepreneurs of India's last 50 years who have invested in our funds to support us as well. One of the most interesting lessons we took away when we first launched our fund in 2016 was the way India has been thought of previously is not how India is going to grow going forward. And every day, the reality that we see unfolding in front of us has been harder and harder to predict. More and more very interesting divergent forces come together. And across my slides, I invite you to go on a journey with me to see how reality is becoming the superposition of many truths. A lot of things are coming together, sometimes contradictory, sometimes not making sense together. But the interesting question to ask is not, is this right, is this wrong? How do I profit from it? The best founders I know today, the best entrepreneurs I have raised capital from, the single question that dominates their thinking is, how do I profit from reality? And that's what we have tried to deploy in our investment strategy. And we'll talk a little bit more about how our companies are exactly doing that, exploiting opportunities, extracting value, and profiting from how reality is unfolding in front of us. So while we're starting, I have a few questions on the slides. I don't need the slides to ask these questions. There are 194 billionaires in India today. India has a third highest concentration of billionaires anywhere in the world. Only the US and China have more billionaires than us. I didn't know this fact until very recently. But I have a question to ask the audience to start off the speech. How many can guess which is the largest industry that has created the highest number of billionaires in India? Anyone wants to raise hands, take a guess? Hands up, please. Yes. Information technology, good guess, but no. Yes, sir. Steel, no, good guess, no. Pharma, good guess, no. Politics is not an industry, unfortunately. I'm sure it has, but it's not probably documented. Infrastructure, good guess, no. Energy, good guess, no. Commodities, good guess, no. Automobile, no, good guess. Hospitality, very close, no. No, hands up. Now we're becoming... Real estate, no. Very close, very close. Mobile phones, no, not at all, unfortunately. Samsung, Apple, unfortunately. Travel, very close, no. Tourism, very close, no. Food, no, very close. Agriculture, very close. Is my slides coming up? How long do I have to keep this going? We're up. Okay, someone. Education is the right answer. Kaun banega crorepati? Fantastic. And everyone was close, by the way. It's hospitality, it's tourism, it's selling dreams, it's information technology. Education is one of the weirdest industries in the world where the customer who pays and the user who actually uses the product are two very different types of people. My parents pay my fees, but I am sitting in college breaking my head, right? And often not having a great experience. So with 44 billionaires in India who have come out of the education sector, it is the most understated sector in India today. And of course, some of our stalwarts, as you know, now you can connect the dots, right? A lot of them own universities, a lot of them own schools. It's not a surprise. People from oil, real estate, the commodities, etc. They start colleges, they start schools. So it's a very interesting check on reality. It's not always what we think, creating wealth, that leads to billionaires. We can make wild amounts of returns, great value in some of the oldest industries in our country. So let's talk about India and the generational opportunity. And I want to use COVID as a very recent case study because all of us went through it. The whole world went through it. And even though the Europeans like to call their war a world war, they like to make their problems the world's problems. The world war didn't really involve all economies, all countries at the same time, but COVID did. And the interesting thing we can study in COVID is how when the entire world goes through the same shock, the same experience, different countries, different economies, different societies, different cultures react differently. And we can study that and therefore understand where are the fractures in reality, how do people respond, how do behaviors change when such events arise. So many things happen across the world, from vaccine response to oxygen to how social media reacted, how media channels reacted, how scientists reacted, sometimes with lies. But one thing was common. Sorry, this should be a video that loops. The world's central banks unanimously printed the most amount of capital they ever have. And the markets were flooded with subsidies across different types of controls. Sometimes people say it's 19 trillion. Last time we counted was 16.5. Even India, as you all remember, announced record subsidies. And money actually came into people's bank accounts. But how many people here got any cash from India's government? Zero, right? So the interesting thing about the COVID response in our own country is that the priorities for our government are not the people in this room, are the 500 million people who supposedly are in a pyramid below us, right? And when crises like this emerge, a lot of us understand truly how alone we are, how important our communities are, and even if the government has to step up, it's not always going to step up and make us the first priority. So the interesting thing with these subsidies is that a lot of lessons on non-financial, non-investing terms. But if you look at the investing side of all of this capital, it eventually finds its way into the equity markets. And the equity markets are not just a place to make returns and brag about your IRR to your friends on your Zerodha or Grow app. It's also a very interesting place to recognize that equity markets have become a voting platform for certain visions of the future. So when a stock like Zoom goes up like that, of course, it's crashed since then, 82%. And when the entire airline market in the US is shorted that way, of course, they've all mostly recovered. What is happening here is not just, can I profit from Zoom and should I short the airline companies? But what's happening here is the world has suddenly started voting in favor of a certain vision of the future where apparently now we're never going to meet and everything is going to happen on Zoom, right? So if we could predict that the equity markets would vote this way, buying Zoom stock back then would have been a fantastic purchase for any one of us, right? Now, our skepticism about Zoom, our skepticism about any stock growing 300% in a month, of course, skepticism is there deservedly. But again, it would have been a fantastic opportunity to profit from the stock movement and exit at the right time. So it's a good example of how our skepticism, reality, and how the world votes in equity markets, all three have to be diagnosed objectively so that you can profit from that shift in reality. And of course, we are going through another shift in reality today. The GAFA, FANG, these top 7, top 8 tech stocks in the US have been called in different acronyms. Now Netflix is already replaced by NVIDIA. NVIDIA has grown 300% in a quarter. What we're seeing here is a live movie of how these big companies are getting bigger, they're becoming globalist, expansionist monopolies, and they're taking over our lives. And it's very clearly now a truism, just buy the stock. Doesn't matter how they're treating your data privacy, or fundamental rights as an Indian citizen. Those are not very great experiences for you, but it's a great stock to own. And both are true, right? And therefore, what we're going to see every day now unfolding across markets, even in India, we have to get used to the K-shaped recovery, a divergence coming out of the voting behavior in equity markets, where our version of reality is going to be challenged all the time. In India, for example, the upward shift of the K, Infosys, Reliance, TCS, L&T, the top 8, 10 mega cap stocks of India, right? Take Bajaj Finance, for example. Everyone who invests in stocks will tell you Bajaj Finance is overvalued. The stock has almost doubled in the last 3 years, still being overvalued. So the interesting thing about, again, the equity markets as a case study is our skepticism may prevent us from accepting reality and profiting from it, right? So that shift we have to make mentally, that K-shaped realities are real, K-shaped realities exist, and therefore, how can I profit from K-shaped realities? That is the lesson and message I would like to deliver for all of us in all actions of our lives, whether it's your competitive environment, whether it's your friend circle who invests, whether it's whose pandal is most popular in Ganesh Chaturthi, all of it has K-shaped realities. And so when we come to digitalization across the world, today almost everyone is on the internet, everyone has a smartphone, social media has taken over your children's lives. All of these are truisms, whether they're right or wrong, whether you're comfortable with that reality or not, this is reality, right? And therefore, the voting mechanisms that are all around us are with shorter and shorter feedback loops, faster and faster voting cycles, and we have less time to understand reality before we are required to react. And this is a really interesting way to understand how consistent compounding has led to a total 180 shift and rewriting of our reality in 2023. Again, using the US stock markets as an example, in 1917, if you look at the top 10 most valuable companies in the US, steel, telegraph, oil, maybe one bank, right? Boring companies, depending on who you ask, of course. Most senior people will say that's the right part of the economy there as top 10. A lot of us, sub 35, will say, no, these are all boring stocks, why should I buy them? But look at what happened in 1967. For the first time, you saw this gigantic company, IBM. It literally owned all the patents on large-scale computing. They suddenly became the most valuable company in the US. And even back then, if you read the Wall Street Journal's headlines, bubble, 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 everyone's talking about this company should not be so big, so valuable, short it. And in 2017 is around when I started my career in investing, a few years in. For the first time, we saw that the top 5 companies in the NASDAQ were all tech companies. And for the first time, there was a company Apple, threatening to cross the 1 trillion market cap mark. Just to give you a sense of perspective, 1 trillion is 30% of India's GDP today. That's a scarily large valuation for any company in the world, forget a tech company. And back then, again, if you read the headlines of the Wall Street Journal, everyone is saying Apple is overvalued, it's a bubble, everyone is shorting Apple. Turned out that Apple almost tripled, almost quadrupled since then, has gone on to become almost 3 trillion, which is today India's GDP. And so in 2022, 2023, almost 8 out of 10 of the top 10 companies in the world are tech companies. Berkshire Hathaway is giving a good fight, but again, its biggest holdings are tech companies, so you can say it's just a derivative stock of tech. And of course, Saudi Aramco is the exception. It's an entire economy in a stock, so we have to discount that. But it's not just market cap. Market cap, you can argue, right? Overvalued, it's a hype cycle, bubbles, et cetera. But the profit leaderboards now are the scary conclusion of this reality. More and more of the most profitable companies on the planet are tech companies. Apple, Alphabet, Microsoft, Facebook, Meta will join that list soon. And of course, you discount the Chinese banks, you can never believe their balance sheets. But everything else there, you're seeing increasingly now, tech is not just market cap or hype or headlines. Tech is profits. Tech is accreting away value from other industries. Tech is expanding its tentacles into places it was not predominantly present in before. And so these tech companies now, and they're global companies, they're no longer American companies, obviously. They're also not single product companies anymore. Apple is not just a phone or a laptop maker. Apple is issuing credit cards. Apple runs the world's most active music shop. Apple is actively automating your home. Alphabet, now no longer called Google, literally a conglomerate, is building self-driving cars, is extending your lifespan through biotechnology so it can mine your data for free for longer. And of course, it's building its own version of Reliance Jio carefully with Google Fi. And Amazon may be the most hypocritical company out there in the mega cap realm. It used to keep, in its annual shareholder, berating offline retail, saying that's old, that's passé, that's the past, you should all buy things on e-commerce. Now it's just bought one of the most valuable grocery chains in the US. It's going offline with a vengeance, right, through Amazon Go. And it's also building those home automation cameras so they can allow their delivery boys into your house without your permission. So these companies are really exceeding boundaries, going into very weird directions, if you ask me. But again, reality, right? The reality is it's strange. The reality is these are great stocks to own. Both is true. And the scariest thing, if you ask me, is how predominant these tech companies have become in our everyday life. There is a coordinated capture of your digital day, like we call it, whether it's mobile operating systems, internet search, social media, cloud, digital advertising. And if you're a startup today, you're feeling this duopoly or monopoly every day in your companies as well. If you're not advertising on Google, if you're not doing SEO, if you're not paying some company to do search optimization for your website, everyone will tell you customers will not find you anymore. Since when is gaming Google becoming a way to reach customers? But that's happened over the last 30 years, and it's been an almost inevitable compounding for Google to become that invaluable to your company's growth in India in 2023. But I leave you with a message of hope. Even though those are expansionist monopolies, unfair competition, they spend billions of dollars in paying off their senators to escape fines and regulation, stranger companies like Airbnb can come out of nowhere and become the largest in their category, in a very old category. I'll give you this example in a moment, in very highly differentiated ways. So look at the Hyatt company, for example. The Hyatt used to be the world's largest hotel operator, tens of thousands of rooms across the world, a great experience if you stayed in a Hyatt property. Airbnb in 8 years has exceeded the combined listings of almost the entirety of the hotel market in the world without building a single hotel room itself. Right? All of you know what Airbnb does. It lets you put up your spare room in your house for rental. And that's an interesting way to think about how any one of us in this room today can still think through unique strategies using digital and convince people to shift their behaviors towards our business, our product, our way of doing things. So it's not all doom and gloom. It's not all just put your savings in big companies and then forget about your business. It's also, we can take on these giants that are interesting new businesses to grow. And all of us here have the intelligence and the power to do this today out of India. And of course, the last thing is we heard from some fascinating companies yesterday, including the robotics company that we heard. The next 10 big industries that will capture a digital day of the future are not going to be internet search, mobile operating system, of course. They're going to be very different technologies. But how many of us were taught any one of these one of 10 things in our colleges 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years back? None of us, right? So we have to also realize we're going to have to consistently learn about how the world is going to change and preempt that change if we want to capture a shift happening in the next 5 to 10 years, and therefore recruiting younger people, sending our children abroad, of course, hopefully calling them back and training them in some of these things. That is going to be our way to make sure we stay relevant and we can own a piece of that future that is going to be built very soon. So coming to India now, what is the stage we find ourselves on? And India has gone through many different challenges, very painful 75 years, 3 to 4 generations of lost prosperity. All of us have heard that before, and all of us have felt that pain as a community. But what's coming in front of us the next 20 years is not going to be like anything India has gone through before. We're going to remain one of the largest and fastest growing economies in the world. And today we're the 5th largest economy in the world. If any one of us could have taken a bet in 1991 that we'd be the 5th in 30, 32 years, very few people would have taken that bet if you had asked them. But today, inevitably, India is 5th. The UK doesn't matter anymore. France, Russia, Canada is going nowhere. All we can do now is look behind and say, never again. Never again will we bother with these countries. Never again do we have to ask them for anything. We will demand our share as the 5th largest economy in the world. And I'm glad our government is doing that actively as we speak. And so our generation's spiritual war is not looking back and lamenting for the losses of the past. Our war is looking forward and saying, how can we be number 2 after China in the next 50 years? So yes, inevitably, we will get to number 3. Japan and Germany will get left behind as well. But after that, from 5 to 10, India will be the only country that has a semblance of a hope to get to 10 trillion. None of these other countries are going to be able to reach 10 in the next 50 years. But after 10 is a vast desert between us and number 2. Right? That is not automatic. That is not just population and consumption and compounding. That is innovation. That is all of us coming together. That is us uniting under one banner saying this is a spiritual war, an economic war. We have to fight this and we have to win. So to 10, yes, but to 20, to 15, 20, 25, to beat number 2, that is a different strategy entirely. And of course, we have one of the biggest advantages that we used to lament about in the past, that we will stay young. If you look at the orange line, we stay young until 2100, while the rest of the world, especially China, Japan, and so on, are going to crash in terms of demographics much, much faster. So please remember, it's not just building new companies and building futuristic technology. It's also grabbing existing market share from companies in these countries that no longer have people to deliver the products or services, the output that they used to before. So we have to become a little bit more predatory in understanding that our people is our strength, our economics is our strength, and frankly now a little bit more of that elbowing, bullying, taking what is rightfully ours out to make sure that we grow a little bit faster and we get a little bit bigger. So coming to India, digital also thankfully now has permeated every part of India's life. We have the largest population on the planet. We also have amongst the largest populations on cell phones. We will very soon have amongst the largest populations on the internet and on social media. And if you look at the price of access to the internet, in India, if all of you remember waiting in line for a landline to your house, for broadband to your house, for a TV connection to your house, today you can get a SIM card in 3 to 4 minutes with eKYC. And it costs you only 14 to 15 rupees per GB. In the US, they charge them 400 to 500 rupees per GB. Why? Because it's two stocks, it's a duopoly, they own the market. So there's no reason to bring the price down. So in India, you still have affordable access to the internet. You still have the basics, the foundations of participating in the digital economy cost you almost nothing. And so the room that we have to acquire customers, to give them services, to experiment is almost infinite. And if we take advantage of that specific part of the margin profile, we'll find that Indians are actually very generous in paying for services and products priced fairly. In fact, if you look at their time, Indians are already the most generous with their time in spending their time every day on the internet. We're spending the most number of hours on the internet on music, on movies, on gaming, which I don't think is a very good idea, but that's happening anyway. So you'll see now with time being spent online, suddenly wallet share, money, their spending is also going to go online. So a lot of you yesterday, especially the companies, were asked questions, how much are you pricing, how much are you charging? Some of you were saying we're charging for free. Right? Now, if you're free, then monopolize their time. All the time, every minute they're spending in that category, whether it's devotion, whether it's trash, whether it's whatever you are building, make sure that all the time comes to you if you are free. That's the only way of signaling that you have the best product. Once you have their time, start getting their money. That's the only translation you can make. Even the world's biggest companies like Google, they got your time first. They got your search attention first before they monetize everything that comes from search, which is almost everything. And if you're building in India today, almost every category out there in the economy is up for grabs on the internet. So e-commerce, travel, advertising, education. So you don't have to build a college to be, or a university to be a billionaire in education next. Build something on the internet, build a virtual college. So you'll see that the opportunities that are available on the Indian internet are that much more radically different compared to anything you would have seen before or the generations before would have thought of. And so I'll zoom quickly through how we're seeing what is India's reality today changing in the next 3 to 4 years. So look at the bottom left. On e-commerce, for example, everyone will think, okay, e-commerce is solved. I can buy everything on Flipkart and Amazon. There are 2 apps left, maybe some Myntra here and something else there. But we're still only 5% of all spending on e-commerce in terms of penetration. The US is at 20 and China is almost at 30. So India can definitely go to 20 to 25. So there's still a lot of market share to be grabbed. And we don't have to spend billions of dollars to build the infrastructure that the e-commerce companies have built before us to get to 5%. So the 0 to 1 is done, the 1 to 5 is done, now the 5 to 25, that's your big opportunity. You're not training people to pay online anymore. You're not training people to expect if they pay first and then the delivery comes 3 days later. That was a new behavior 15 years back. Now it's common behavior for everyone. No one has to be trained in expecting that. So a lot more interesting things can be done as penetration grows. This is a massive opportunity. Next, most of the internet in India was built for the 50 million people in the top 10 to 12 cities of India. But today you're seeing massive consumption rising in tier 2 and beyond. All of you have seen that yourselves with your families. More and more of their time is on their smartphones and the internet. They're buying more of the things online. They're discovering more things on YouTube. So you're going to see now that our ability to sell to Indians, our ability to monetize our communities is going to be a big driver of value. And that's not going to be able to be done from just Bangalore and Delhi and Mumbai and Hyderabad. You're going to have to be in the tier 2 cities. You're going to have to know those localities. You're going to have to speak that language to be able to take that penetration to 20 to 25%. And finally, of course, the biggest contribution to India's internet story is not going to be just consumption. It's going to be B2B and enterprise and SMB moving online. With GST, with e-payments, with eKYC, a lot of the otherwise very obvious reasons to not comply have been dealt with in a fundamental way. So today, the cost of compliance and the mental strain of not paying GST and avoiding taxes is too much for SMB owners. They'd rather just comply and get away and have a peaceful life building their business. So when that big shift happens, when the big reality shift happens, you'll suddenly see that our penetration from 0.5% to just to 5 to 10% will cause tens of billions of dollars of market cap coming to companies building software and services for this part of India. And so we're going to definitely see that great war we have to 10 trillion. Startups will play a very determinate role in getting us there. We're already the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, and if you believe tech leads a lot of our lives, then we're fifth in GDP, we're already third in tech. So third is our natural position in the economy as well. We'll get there very soon. But the most interesting thing that happened is the way we caught up to number 3, we were competing with Israel and the UK and Germany and so on in terms of just unicorn count, right? And I'll talk about unicorn, that's my second question. Just in terms of unicorn count, it is quite interesting to see how fast that happened. And now from 110, we're at 110 now in 23, from 110 to 200, is it anyone's going to take a bet that won't happen in the next 3 to 5 years? Yes, it will. Obviously, it will. The markets will come back. Now, will we catch up with the US? Unlikely. But China, we're eerily close. Right? And suddenly that war is a little bit closer to being won if we just get our economy together and get these companies to behave a little bit better. And of course, one of the risks of tech, like a lot of the risks we spoke about earlier, is it concentrates in a few hubs. People want to flock to very few centers of operation. And it's hard to get them to democratize and dissipate their efforts across the country. So even though you might want to work in tech in some other cities, be realistic about the opportunity, understand the layout, understand the concentration, understand where the money is going, how the investors are working, and use that to your advantage, right? 5 years back, no one wanted to invest in a company in Bangalore. But today, tier 2, non-Bangalore, suddenly Karnataka is a bigger economy, more investors understand it, there are more developers there are more founders there, suddenly more funding will come. Right? You're pulling away a power center every day as we speak, you're unpeeling that myth that it'll only happen in 3 or 4 cities. So be patient, work with the community of investors, work with the entire stack, and your reality will shift reality and shift these myths that concentration can only happen and value can only be created in a few places. And of course, the tech ecosystem in India is not building in isolation, it is building on the shoulders of giants. Last year, the entire IT sector revenue of India was $240 billion, and $190 billion of that was exports. $190 billion was coming into India thanks to 25 to 30 large IT companies. They've trained almost 1 crore people, half 50 lakh people are actively serving with IT companies still. And of course, that 1 crore people that have been trained, many, many lakhs of them have become millionaires, thanks to the ESOPs, dollar millionaires, not just lakpatis. And the interesting thing is when all of them have a second shot at creating value for themselves, when they go to startups, suddenly the energy, the latent potential of starting a company is that much higher, is that much stronger, it's more reliable. And the ambition, like so many of our leaders spoke yesterday, the ambition is deeper. It's more palpable, you can feel it, and it's giving them a little bit more of a hunger to go behind creating their own large outcomes. So can we be number 2 after US in terms of unicorns? Can we get to 150 unicorns in the next 3 years? Very likely, of course. And more companies are going to build unicorns differently from how they were built in the past. Of course, everyone has heard this, but the importance of this is now very clear. I showed you Saudi Aramco as one of the world's most valuable companies. If you bunch all of Indian IT together, we are suddenly, as an industry, definitely one of the largest groups of stocks to own on the planet, not just in India. And our ability to monopolize the entire world's IT requirements as an industry coming to India for development and maintenance here, suddenly that's a strength that the rest of the world is taking a little bit seriously. Yesterday we learned ASML has 95% monopoly on lithography, on making semiconductor chips. India has 60% monopoly on globally outsourced IT. Right? Can we go from 60 to 90? Can we become the ASML of software? Very likely possible, very likely true, and more startups building IP, working with IT companies in delivery, in global excellence. That is going to make sure that we increasingly become more hungry to monopolize the areas that we are strong in. And I want to pause here and ask the audience a second question now. There are 110 unicorns in India. How many of you believe all 110 companies deserve to be unicorns? Hands up. That's very good. That's very good. I was at Ashoka University last week. No student put up their hands when I asked, do you think 110 unicorns should be unicorns? So skepticism, we'll come to that. Okay, how many of you believe 100, not 110? Hands up. Okay, that's good. 80. I want to see where the majority falls. 80, okay, small. 70, okay, still small. 50, okay, that's the most so far. 40, okay, few. 30, below 20. Wow, so 50 and 30 and below were the majority. Now, I know a lot of these founders. Some of them I know personally because they're in my portfolio. Some of them I know because we unfortunately couldn't invest in them, so we have regrets. I've asked them this question: do you care what people think if you're a unicorn or not? I've not met a single founder who cares for your opinion. That's fact number one. And fact number two, any of you would have killed to be the founder of any one of these 110 companies. There not a single one here would have said, I don't want to be a unicorn founder. Right? So that's a second big realization I had. As an investor, a lot of investors are very judgmental, very picky. They become a little bit high-nosed, high-browed for their own good. And they start looking down on companies. This is not a unicorn, that is not a unicorn. Armchair critics of value creation. But the reality is, the value creation is more important than your opinion about the value creation. And all of us here are inspired by stories of people who created value, who created wealth, the Infosys, the Tatas, the Wipros, and so on and so forth. But we poo-pah at some of these guys, right? Or they created wealth too fast, or business doesn't make profits yet. They're 8-year-old companies, 9-year-old companies. Of course, the previous billionaires were built with almost no equity. But these guys have a different burden of making money for tens of investors on their cap table before themselves. So the burdens through which they're building are very different. And we have to judge them differently, therefore, for how they create outcomes. So the interesting takeaway I would like to leave you with is don't let your skepticism about value creation stop you from creating value. Jump in. Take that risk. Right? So many founders here who pitched yesterday, they can't afford to have that skepticism in their own companies. But they face that skepticism every day from everyone they speak to about their business. Oh, you're only 2 lakhs in revenue. Or you're only charging 5 lakhs for a contract. Your competition's charging 25. Right? So our approach to value creation has to be, how can we make great returns? How can we charge more for this? Right? Not, oh, you're charging too less, so I don't want to talk to you. And that's a big shift in mentality when we made it very early on in our careers. Suddenly, the whole country is an opportunity, a field of opportunity. Because in this fog of skepticism, the few people are optimistic and are saying, I'll build it anyway. That's where we can create unicorns together. We've created 4. We should have created 10 by now. We passed on 6 of these. But we've learned our lesson, and now we're that much hungrier, that much more militant about the opportunity. And we're never going to let our skepticism get in the way of making returns. And I assure you, most of these companies are great stocks to own. If they do come IPO, a lot of them are coming IPO. I'm sure a lot of you will be tempted to buy their stock when you see it. Since we had a little bit of a lag in the start, this was my second big question, the billionaire question, but we finished that. Another interesting point that was made yesterday is we don't all have to be founders to be billionaires. Look at the people on the left. These are Indians who left, good Indians, well-behaved students, yes sirs, meet yes sirs all over the place. Great employees, but also now becoming 100 million, 500 million, close to $1 billion in net worth. And almost all of them didn't start the companies they're leading today. But they are leading some fantastic companies, large companies, massive companies, digital monopolies with Pichai there. So the interesting thing here is your part to value creation is not going to just be start a company. Your part to value creation is also going to be the best guy or best woman to run that company. Right? So run ASML. If the founder here was here yesterday, sell your company to a robotics company in 5 to 10 years and run that company the next 10. Right? All of you building startups today, many of you could get acquired by the larger companies in your spaces. Don't just say, okay, retire, I'll go on vacation, I'll be an Instagram influencer. Be hungry after the acquisition. Run that company. Right? So a lot of the stories on both of these graphics, founders and operators, both have created value for themselves, for their economy, and a lot of them are giving back. Right? If you see when they go back, when they come back, we heard from Ullas Kamath sir yesterday about how they treat their parents when they invite them to the US. A lot of them are sending their money now. They're starting philanthropies. They want to help students. So that need to pay back is definitely there still in a lot of them. So I bring to you after those 2 interesting questions to the audience. This is the Soonicorn landscape. The next 110 companies that are supposed to be unicorns. A lot of them are preparing to go IPO even before they're a unicorn, which is good news. Unicorn sometimes is too high a valuation for their businesses. And now, after you have heard the first 2 submissions from me, suddenly a lot of these companies, you will want to invest in the pre-IPO, IPO rounds. You will start thinking about them hopefully a little bit differently. And you will start thinking about them as stocks to own that creates value for me, not as some big burden I have to carry and have to be skeptical about and discover the truth of. Let's be a little bit more transactional. Value creation, yes, let's buy the stock, let's make money. And of course, in the background, the biggest skepticism about the tech market in India was, can Indian VCs compete with global VCs? Today, there are more than 1,000 Indian VC funds active. There's a lot of capital coming from India today. Of course, more is needed. But I think we almost raised 50 crores yesterday in this room in 3 to 4 hours. That's a great sign of how Indian capital is coming in floods to support our own companies. So there's good news happening every day in strange ways. No one would have predicted people will just volunteer 50 crores seeing 10 companies pitched. But that's exactly what happened. Right? And there's a very good chance 50 crores becomes 300 to 400 crores when those companies do well. So coming down to tech, here are some more interesting truths about what we are seeing changing very rapidly. On the left, you're seeing a chart of how Indians spend in terms of how do they pay for things when they buy, cash, NEFT, UPI, etc. UPI has the highest volumes, so the most number of transactions, but only 20% of value. That means in everyday life, Indians are adopting UPI en masse, which all of us know. But look at cash, 0.6% by volume, but almost 11% by value. So that's not everyday regular people with their transaction. That is now truckloads of cash moving around doing shady things, mostly, right? So now it's easier to catch people when they're doing things they're not supposed to with money. Now it's harder to not be compliant. It's harder to not pay taxes. It's harder to evade the compliances and the governances of the country. So by one technology coming in, like UPI, and now we have the largest digital payment volume in the world, we've beaten China already on UPI, which is great news. The early start of that war we're talking about. Suddenly now, it's also important that a lot of honesty is going to be forced into this ecosystem slowly every day, right? And if you can profit from honesty, if your business model relies on transparency and relies on good actors behaving the way the law requires them to, trends from here will impact a lot of the decisions you make on your business. Second, our population is usually thought to be a problem, right? Too many people, too many hungry people, etc. But look at our population on YouTube now. We are the largest digital population of YouTube's user base. 3 out of the top 10 video channels on YouTube are Indian. Some of the younger people here might remember that war T-Series had with PewDiePie around 4 or 5 years back. A massive cultural win. I mean, you saw how racist those PewDiePie fans had become. It's still in the corners of the US and Europe. But very clearly, we can beat them just by clicking subscribe. Right? And we can cause all kind of weird earthquakes in their cultural psyche just by following a music video channel. So we're seeing more and more that the brittleness of other societies, the brittleness of other communities, what gets them triggered, strange things. But our strength being expressed online, even on something silly like a YouTube channel, right, has so many second and third order effects and lessons for us to learn. Another very interesting thing happened. I spoke about Bajaj Finance before. Look at the market cap of these very obvious, old, boring banks. Even SBI has more than doubled in the last 3 to 4 years. Right? Would any of you have taken a bet on SBI doubling in this time period? Very unlikely. I think I know someone who did, but very few people. Right? And of course, they've done very well. They put the NPA crisis behind them. It's a big boom in the Indian financial market. But this boom is not recent. It's the journey that they made over decades. And you'll see that the share of rural credit from loan sharks, which has come down to 23.9%, has gone to almost 50% to banks. There's been a massive behavioral shift in the heart of India. And more banks are now financializing the core of Indian homes. Right? So you're not surprised now suddenly their ability to grow, their ability to increase their efficiencies, their ability to use technology to give their customers a better experience, all of that is percolating to their market cap. So you have to start thinking about even SBI a little bit differently, given all the changes we are seeing happening in our digital day. And of course, tech companies and startups are not the only ones building the conglomerates of India's future. Reliance is not letting anything go, as they shouldn't. They've raised almost $15 billion at the prime of COVID from the world's best investors. And that universe that they're building, it'll be a gigantic black hole of its own. It'll compete with almost everything in India under the sun. Of course, Tata is not far behind. Again, they're also building their own universe. And from chip manufacturing to electric vehicles, they will be in every business that makes money in India. So you'll see more and more the conglomerate behavior is going to happen with India's companies as well. Again, your skepticism aside, good stocks to own, remember that. And coming down to startups now, we're seeing strange behavior like we saw in Airbnb in India as well. So for example, Zoho, Wembu is very famous. Zoho has raised no venture capital, no equity from outside. He says his inspiration is how Mr. Nayanmurthy built Infosys by taking zero equity. His board meeting happens in his home in the village. He tells his investors on email, you're not coming to my village for my board meeting, I'm not taking your board meeting, no Zoom. Right, that's his boardroom. And if you see his profits, his total profit is 2,748 crores last year. Unbelievable, no equity raised. And if you use Zoho, it's not even that much of a cutting edge product really. Google Suite is better, there are better built products. But the fact that he's priced it right, it does enough, it does everything you need as an enterprise. And it's available very quickly. You can go live self-serve, right? You don't need to call a sales guy, implementation guy. It doesn't take 6 months to get a demo for this. This is very interesting change of behavior. And this is a very strange founder implementing this behavior. So you don't have to be a suit boot IIMA type of guy to build a unicorn. That myth is also busted. More and more Wembus are going to build interesting companies, competing with the biggest giants of the world and creating profits, having raised almost nothing. And of course, my favorite example, very close to home, is Zerodha. 2,900 crores of profit this year. Unbelievable. ICICI, Kotak, HDFC, IFL, no one is able to catch up with these guys. If you see how their revenues are created, that looks like a video game, made up bar graph, but that's reality. That's their reality. They have compounded in ways, they're animals. The way they hungrily compete and take over the savannah. And they're causing mass extinctions of their competition every year. Right? These are the dinosaurs, the Tyrannosaurus rexes of their ecosystems. Again, zero equity, two brothers, 15 years patience. I think they have 180 people in the company. So we can build interesting things. Even we, as a community, can build interesting things, and we don't need to go through these very formulaic paths to do it. Right? There are many paths, like we thought when we were young. There are many paths to value also. Great stocks to own. And let's finally come down to the companies that we are seeing changing some of the myths that we had as investors every day. So one of the biggest myths in India, and all the US VCs had this myth, is Indians don't pay. All these Harvard, MIT guys, they look up like this, and Indians don't pay. No one will pay for stuff. India is very miserly. And we were a little perturbed that this doesn't sound like what we are used to. India, from 5 rupee shampoo to 10 lakh rupee gold earrings, Indians are buying all kinds of things for themselves. So where is this myth coming from? And we built a small company called Cuckoo FM in non-music audio and in Indian languages, not English. So we said a lot of Indians are looking for things to listen to while the security guard is walking up and down, while the milkman is delivering in the morning. The radio is going to be substituted, and radio has frankly become this Bollywood music, it's thrash. So where is the rich experience in audio, non-music? It didn't exist in Tamil, in Telugu, in Hindi, and so on. These guys went live in early 2021. In less than 3 years, they've got 35 lakh, this number's old, 35 lakh paying subscribers in India. 35 lakh is 5 lakhs below Netflix in India. Netflix is one of those FANG stocks, the big ones, multi-$100 billion market cap. Netflix has 4.5 million paying subscribers, now 4. Cuckoo FM's at 3.5 million. So a small bunch, these are 3 boys. Their first company was an edtech company that didn't work, but they learned about how people think about buying things. And they use UPI, they use recurring payments on UPI, they were patient with their audience, they built the inventory that their audience wanted. And when they ask their audience, how much will you pay? I'll pay 900 rupees a year. I'll pay 1,200 rupees a year. So they'll charge 800 rupees a year just to get started. Right? But they'll pay. And now the users say, you don't die, I'm paying. You don't go anywhere. I know your company has to survive, I'm paying. And now people are buying for their parents, for their grandparents. And now Cuckoo is becoming this silent phenomena across all languages, from Bengali to Malayalam. So the interesting thing about India is a lot of the myths we are fed about ourselves are wrong. And we have to learn to deprogram ourselves and say, let's build, let's prove it's wrong, let's prove it's right, but let's build and see. Right? That's the interesting thing about some of these companies. And of course, some investors have to take that risk, but that's why it's worth taking. Another very interesting company is Darwinbox. In something as boring as HR software, almost all of you have been an employee at some point in your life, or you've run a large company yourself. HR software is amongst the most difficult things to change. Miserable experiences, 20 clicks to take a leave, absurd experience. Again, 3 guys from Hyderabad said, we're tired of HR software, we'll build the best HR software platform we can find. And the interesting shift they had in mind is all of HR software used to be installed inside the company. It's called on-prem. They said everyone's going to shift to cloud. Oracle SAP is not shifting to cloud. They're charging more to stay on-prem. Let's go to cloud, let's go to mobile first, and let's make this more efficient, and let's build HR all over again, let's reinvent HR. That is their real revenue trajectory. Again, not as impressive as Zerodha's, but this is only a 7-year-old company. This year, they have clocked about 50 million, so 450 crores of top line. They'll be profitable next year. And they've displaced Oracle and SAP 600 times. 600 times they've replaced Oracle and SAP in companies like Tata, Mahindra, Adani, Kirloskar, Larsen Turbo, TVS, the biggest companies of India. Now this company has gone to 60 countries, has clients in 60 countries. Now their new contracts are $1 million a year type contracts that they're winning. And Microsoft and Salesforce, 2 of the largest digital day capturing companies in the world, are both now investors in Darwinbox, playing a proxy war against Oracle and SAP. So very interesting stuff happening here. Even in something as boring as HR software, we can build best-in-class companies from India. Licious, another very dominating myth in India is that most of India is vegetarian. Another quick number for the audience. Anyone wants to take a guess what % of India is non-vegetarian? 75, perfect, exactly. Now, in 23, everyone knows. When we asked our own team members in 2015, when we met these guys, no one knew. They said 20%. Right? Today, these guys, again, the revenue graph, if you see that's the real revenue, that is how their product looks when it reaches your home. Some of you may have tried it. They're in a few cities. Those are the faces of their customers, real customers. Licious actually used to have a lottery or like a contest for their customers to enter and win the privilege of putting their face on a Licious box. So we've gone from non-vegetarian, taboo, chicken in a black packet, smelly, only condoms and chicken are sold in black packets in India. You have to walk like this home. Some of you may have done that. We've gone from that to customers fighting for the privilege to put their face on a box of chicken. Right? Now, where does that myth get busted along the way? It's fascinating. But these guys charge 20% more for the same thing you can buy from the butcher, but hygienic, clean, the best possible package, straight to your house, 100% convenience, 100% hygiene. So you can build even the most basic products in India, and the fascinating thing is Indians are willing to pay for a great product, a fair price, and a good experience. And something as old as FMCG distribution, again, there are many stalwarts here who have built careers on top of efficient distribution. Today, this company, Rippler, has gone from 0 to 1,500 crores in annual revenue in 3.5 years of operations, just getting FMCG products from brands to retailers more efficiently with software, no wastage, minimal interference, and honesty. Veera is another very interesting company. We spoke about SBI and the banks. There's an emerging middle in India. If you look at this pyramid between the lower middle class and the middle class, and osmosis is happening every day where a father who was a teacher all his life, his son has been educated, he's got a job with Infosys, the first college graduate in his family, and now he has an aspiration to build a second floor on top of the house, a fridge, AC for his parents, maybe the first car. And that is the story of tens of millions of households. And banks are still very much focused on credit card populations, the top of the pyramid, cred, et cetera, et cetera. So can we build new types of fintech companies, helping the next big osmosis of India happening from the bottom up, and funding them for everything from their discretionary consumption to education loans in the right way, and not exploit them like loan sharks. All of us have heard of the UPI moment. On the left, you saw how UPI brought all the banks in India together, and anyone could build an app on top, use UPI. Now you can send money from your bank to your friend's bank or to a merchant's bank account in 6 seconds. By the way, this has never been built anywhere else in the world, right? And UPI has changed the entire economy of India. We saw that before. Now we're coming to a second UPI moment and something a little bit more fundamental to us, our health. Now think about your health. You go to a lab maybe once in 3 to 4 years to get a blood test or a cholesterol test. You have maybe a fracture, you have to get some scans from a lab. You go to a doctor, you go to a hospital for some interventional surgery. Your health data is fragmented across many different health providers. And therefore, it's very hard to get insurance in India because it's almost impossible to map anyone's data. If you filed for health insurance, it's an absurdly time-consuming experience, especially the older you get. So the government of India is now going to mandate a universal health ID, just like your UPI ID. And all health providers are going to be required to give data in a specific schema to that central repository for you. So you have access to all your health records, all your health information in one place with one number. And you can give your number, that number to the doctor, you can give that number to the insurance company, say, give me a product, give me a service, diagnose me. And everything now will live on your phone, fully encrypted, fully data secured for your consumption. So imagine now how the UPI of healthcare is going to look, and dozens of companies are silently building apps on top of this. Already around 50 lakh health IDs have been issued in India. I'll zoom a little bit faster in the interest of time. And the last big myth in India was Indians build only software, food delivery, stock broking, watching videos on YouTube, wasting time. Right? Where is the IP? Where is the innovation? Where are the patents? Our best engineers are still leaving and going to the Netherlands to build fascinating companies. But in India, silently now, the best engineers are staying back. They're saying, I don't want to go to the US. I don't want to be treated that way. I don't want to work for someone. Let me solve big problems I am seeing here in my everyday life for myself. So for example, in something as old as agriculture, we have a company called Fasal. They've covered 3,500 farms, 60,000 acres with this very simple device. And now they've increased yields by 30%, reduced water use by 50%. And farmers are paying them the privilege to use their insights to improve their business and improve their yields. And these are not the old myth of farmers with pushing a buffalo, semi-starved, holding his head like this in pain. These are ambitious farmers. These are horticulturalists. These are people who think about very predatory pricing for their margins. And they're willing to invest in any technology that's available to them so that they can make 30% more with every yield cycle. And these guys are already making 70 crores in annual revenue just selling this device plus data to the farmers. Of course, in their own languages. Another very interesting company. You would not imagine these kind of companies in India, but with e-commerce becoming so large, e-commerce returns are also becoming a large problem. In fact, the e-commerce companies, all of them I know, blame women for returning 35% of all the apparel they buy online. I think they're selling the wrong sizing. It is their fault. Either way, 35% of the stuff comes back. And that is a big cost to process and so on. Now we have a company, ex-Flipkart engineers, who are building robots to make sure picking, sorting, and returns processing is that much more efficient. They've cracked their first $3 million deals already. And they're doing millions of packages every year, fully automated, right here in India. And finally, maybe the most interesting problem we saw recently. That electric truck, the battery is as large as 3 of these sofas put together. And it's very hard to swap the battery out. So it takes 8 people to carry it. It's impossible to swap. But that battery takes 8 hours to charge every day. So if you invest in an electric vehicle as a fleet owner, it costs more, and it runs on the road for less time in a day, so fewer shifts. It's a problem. I'm not making as much money as I should from buying the truck as an investment. So this set of engineers from Ather, they'd already built one of the best EV products in the country. They said, let's solve this problem. And they made the 8-hour charging cycle 15 minutes for the first time in the world. Even Tesla. And usually if you charge a battery very fast, the battery degrades, right? It's very stressful for the battery, but they actually doubled the lifespan of the battery. Usually you get rated for 1,000 or 1,500 cycles. They doubled the rating to 3,000 cycles because it's actively cooled and so on. And today, if you can charge the battery in 15 minutes, by the way, your phone charges in 17 minutes. The fast charging phones that are sold by Oppo are not even at 15, and this battery is 1,000 times bigger than a phone battery. So the interesting thing with this one technical innovation, let's look at all the derivatory consequences and benefits. You can have a smaller battery in the vehicle, so it can cost less. It weighs less, so you can carry more. It can charge in 15 minutes, so range anxiety is gone. It can run for 3 8-hour shifts, 24 hours a day. And suddenly you can get financing for these vehicles at lower rates because the battery life has gone up 2 times. So the banks are also more comfortable. The most expensive thing in the vehicle, which is the battery, it lasts longer, less risk. I can monitor the life cycle now, thanks to the technology. I can finance it more efficiently. It's no longer a black box. So the economic consequences of a single innovative push on IP is massive. And 76% of India's petrol and diesel use for transportation is by commercial vehicles, not passenger vehicles. 76% of India is the market that these guys are going after. So fascinating stuff with one single radical innovation. Again, an Indian company, patents filed in India. So across all the categories that we're seeing, from consumer internet to enterprise to health to SaaS, fintech, we are seeing 7,000 to 8,000 companies pitching to us every year at 314. The rate of innovation being attempted in this country is mind-boggling. Right? We can't fund the 7,000 to 8,000 companies. No one can. We can barely talk to all of them. Forget funding them. But when we see so many types of founders, so many different backgrounds, so many different types of problems that they're solving, one thing is very clear. The index of India's attempt at innovation and problem solving is going to be one of the most resilient backbones, taking us to 5 and 10 trillion. And of course, which stocks can I buy to profit? I ask you that question almost every 5 slides. When our companies work, they really work, right? We have our first 1,000x company, Felicitation. We have a few 100xers with Davenbox, Open, many more I can't put. Companies don't give me permission to share this. These guys were nice enough. But the interesting thing is, it's not just the X that is going up, right? Infosys is a 1,000x stock. Reliance is a 1,000x stock. There are many HDFC, many 1,000x stocks in India, even in the public markets. But the interesting thing is, look at the quality of the investors coming in who believe in Indian innovation now. Salesforce, Google, Temasek, Visa, Amansa, Sojitz, et cetera, et cetera. So your skepticism, again, the biggest investors, the most sophisticated investors in the world have already gotten over that, and they're already attempting to profit from all this innovation. And the great news is, with more money coming in, with bigger markets, with more Indian entrepreneurship, more innovation, the time taken to create value now is half what it used to be. It used to take 15 years to create a unicorn, now it's 7. You needed 14 rounds of funding, now you can do it with less than 10. And you needed $400 to $500 million to raise to become a unicorn. That's 50%, that's 80% dilution. Now you can do it with less than 200 million. Right? So suddenly your path to a unicorn is very different from the path of the 110 unicorns before. And therefore your confidence in doing it, and therefore the reduction of your skepticism is all that is in the way. And so I invite you, think about the next set of IPOs differently. Right? Don't fall for the vapor. Of course, please remain skeptical. I'm not saying don't be skeptical, but use your judgment, but be open-minded and see value where it truly lies. Because for sure, in the next 5 to 6 years, we're going to see a 2.5x growth of market cap, whether or not anyone believes that this is going to happen. Right? Just by the sheer volume of capital coming in and the sheer volume of growth of a lot of these companies. And the most interesting thing we're seeing, like I said, 7,000 companies every year that we're seeing at least, the confidence in being an Indian innovator is at an all-time high. 10 years of a specific type of government, 15 years of India stack innovation, a little bit more work on our culture, our heritage, one big COVID pandemic in the middle that changed the way we think about each other. None of these things could have been predicted. But the outcome of all of that, the confidence in India today, is massive. And let me give you a simple example. This is a very senior homemaker from Udaipur. And she's selling earthen pots, and she came on Shark Tank. Now, I don't know if she got her money. There was a news report that you guys will get your money for sure, but the Shark Tank TV show is not always investing in the things they commit to. But she didn't need that investment anymore. 5 crores of sales in the next month. Right? And the hundreds and hundreds of jobs she's creating in earthenware and cooking, like basic stuff, handis for your house. Right? Even that can create crores of sales. And so the way startups are going to be imagined in India's cultural psyche as a cumulative is going to be very different. We're already marketing entrepreneurship to toddlers in Bangalore, which I think is a little bit absurd. That was a board outside one of the schools my son was supposed to go to. We didn't put him there. Shark Tank, that company was broke, and suddenly after coming on Shark Tank, he got 2 crores of sales. He's back to business. And look at the headline over there. Flipkart has created $700 million of wealth in ESOP buybacks. That's 6,500 crores, 6,000 crores in buybacks. Right? That's a lot of money. And so in India, finally, to close, you will see population scale opportunities all around you. And your skepticism and therefore all of those things, don't think about India as it used to be thought. Think about what's coming. It took 68 years for airlines to reach 50 million users, 4 years for iPods, 3 years for Facebook, 2 years for Twitter. Pokemon Go is a video game, 19 days. Arogya Setu, we're talking about Universal Health ID. 50 million downloads in 13 days. It's a public-private app. I know the team that built this for the government. It took around 1.5 months to build it. All of you use it for your vaccine bookings, right, if you remember. It broke the record for adoption. And it wasn't even a public company. It wasn't made by Google or Facebook or whatever. OpenAI, all the things that have come after, right? It was a simple tool in India that changed our life. And so I submit to you that there's a robust foundation now for all of us to think as problem solvers and attempt to solve these very important problems, whether you're in food, whether you're in travel, whether you're in marketing, whether you're a CA, CS. You will be enablers for innovation, you will be horizontals, verticals, you'll be market capture, you'll be market expansion. Think of yourselves in economic terms and you will see opportunity all around you. And so, while not going into too many points here in the interest of time, three of the most interesting things that I would like to submit to you is Indians must be now more militant about owning the Indian market. We have to own this opportunity. We cannot outsource this. Let there not be more Unilevers and so on. Let us build our own Unilevers. Price your products fairly, don't be free, don't be Gucci. Indians will value you in the middle. Fiber and copper are coming together. The internet, bits and atoms, the internet and reality, they're merging. Plan for technology to be a part of your business, even if you're not building a tech company. And on the last 2 points, you have a community now. All of us here know each other. Let's build together, let's support each other. We may not invest, we may not have any commonalities today, but let's be in touch, let's make sure that we can support each other when the time comes. And finally, skepticism. Again, use it as a tool. Let it not consume you. Skepticism should be a tool you use to get to that value and buy a stock. And build. Don't be skeptical. Keep building. So thank you so much. I want to say that India is optimizing to empower problem solvers. Let's all do it in our own way. Thank you.
Wow, that was a great response from the audience. Sir, I request you to be on the stage, please. The standing ovation has gone on and on for more than 20 seconds. That's really great. Thank you, sir, for the very insightful and informative talk. I'm sure our entrepreneurs are surely inspired, needless to say, we saw that, and better informed now and motivated by your talk. I request Shri CA Ullas Kamath sir to kindly step onto the dais and felicitate Shri Pranav Pai sir.
Fantastic. Yesterday, when I was talking about Pranav Pai, that wherever I go abroad, people want appointment with Pranav Pai. Now you know the kind of presentation, what he makes, non-stop, 60 minutes, and with data, and the way how he has presented. This is our community's pride, his community's pride. And this is what we call celebrating entrepreneurship. This is what we call celebrating our own kids. This is what we call presenting our kids to the world, and they make us proud. And we are proud because we know Pranav Pai so closely. Now we have his telephone number also. And if anybody wants to meet Pranav Pai, please contact me. I'll ensure that your money is put in at the right place. Thank you.
A very good morning, everyone. I'm Pratibha Prabhu. Now, moving on to the next segment, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Mr. Srinivas Dempo, a well-established entrepreneur and family business expert who will share invaluable insights on navigating and thriving through tough times in family-owned businesses. Mr. Srinivas V. Dempo was born in a Goan family that has a history of 5.5 centuries of business interests and social responsibilities behind it. He is the chairman of Goa's leading business house, Dempo, and his stewardship has marked by the expansion of existing businesses, benchmarking of product processes to international standards, introduction of progressive people management systems, enterprise resource planning, corporate sustainability reporting, and the deepening of corporate social responsibility. Coming to the prominent positions he has held in the past, I can only mention a fraction of them. He is one of the Executive Council of Goa University and is associated with many non-governmental organizations like the Goa Cancer Society, whose president he is. He is also the president and chairman of the Dempo Sports Club. He was awarded the Asia Pacific Outstanding Entrepreneurship Award in India in 2014, besides featuring in the list of the 50 most influential people in Indian sports in 2018, in the Sports Illustrated Power List, and many more. Spiritual in his outlook, he is actively associated with the temple belonging to his family and the ashram, which provides religious guidance to his community. Current president of Goa Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and also the prestigious All India Management Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Srinivas Dempo.
It's good morning still, so good morning, and thank you for those very kind words. I hope I live up to the reputation. Also, I'd like to congratulate Pranav for that excellent presentation. It's really challenging to speak after such an erudite speaker. And I would also like to make a disclosure that I have been an investor from Fund 2 onwards of Pranav and Siddharth's fund. And they have done an excellent job. And the logic that I have in investing in these kind of companies is really to hedge my risks, because I come from a traditional business model. And I'll take you to the boring world now from the very interesting world. But I'll talk about some of the challenges that we are facing as family businesses. There's a famous saying, and I'm the third generation, so there's too much of risk on me. There's a famous saying that the first generation creates it, the second generation maintains and expands it, and the third generation destroys it. And we have seen many, many business houses. If you look at the list 40 years back, in terms of who were the top business houses in India and who are there today, you will see 80% of them disappear. And what is exactly that you need to do so that you continue to thrive, you continue to be successful, you continue to face the challenges for a family business, especially after what you've seen through Pranav's presentation, that the world looks really scary. The big are becoming bigger, they're actually becoming too big. And small companies like ours, medium-sized companies like ours, today face a different challenge. First, the big picture, and I must compliment Saraswat Chamber of Commerce, UK and Co, and the Vishwa Konkani Center for actually getting us together. Because what is really required is changing our mindsets. Many of us have very close mindsets. We are very skeptical about the future. I liked when Pranav said that when he went to Ashoka University and we find students being skeptical. I don't think that's a very good thing. And I think all of us put together through a forum should try and change our outlook and our mindsets. And that's why I said I must compliment what Ullas, Pradeep, and the entire team is doing. The truly phenomenal work that they're doing in terms of encouraging, inculcating the spirit of entrepreneurship and seeing that our community thrives not only for us, but to build our states and our nation. I'm going to talk about 3-4 challenges that the family businesses are facing today. One is of the size that I talked about. How do we really grow in size? Yes, we have to give it to our founders that I come from the third generation. And I always say if it was not for my grandfather who ventured out, who took the risk, who took the guts to set up businesses, even with very limited education. But today the challenges are different. We can't live with the same mindset. As Mr. Mohandas Pai said yesterday, that the biggest duty that we have is to educate. And I was very happy that he forced me, virtually forced me, though he had limited education, to go to the US and pursue my MBA before I actually stepped into the business. And I think it helps you to some extent in trying to absorb the challenges that your businesses will come into the future. And I talked about size. The next one is about changes in technology. You know, technology is changing by the hours. It's not by months and days anymore. And I talk about the crisis that the world is going through. Crisis in terms of geopolitical crisis, we talk about climate crisis, we talk about interest rate crisis, we talk about currency crisis. So as family businesses, how many crises are we going to tackle? You know, we feel very nice in our own fiefdom. We feel like kings. And I must compliment all of you for doing a great job in terms of building and thriving your businesses. But if you talk about the future, and if you see, you know, how do we face the future? It's not very easy. One way we find the big picture. India is growing. It's going to be the third largest economy very soon. You know, we are the second largest producers of steel in the world. We are second largest users of mobile phone in the world. We are the largest producer of milk in the world. We are the third largest automobile sales figures in the world. So we are there to be recognized as very, very powerful. We also have the youngest population in the world now. All this means that all the companies globally are going to look at your and my country to fuel their growth aspirations. So we need to be vigilant, we need to be careful as to how our businesses are going to pan and take care of our growth aspirations and our wealth maximization. So the second thing is of the complexities. You know, when we talk about climate change, you know, you may think that climate change is a myth, it will not affect your business. So did I feel. Until last year, one of our major buyers from a European country wrote to us and they said, as a company, what are you doing to reduce your carbon footprint? We need a very detailed plan, and by 2026, you have to demonstrate us as to how you're going to reduce your carbon footprint, and based on your country's commitment that by 2027 we'll get to net zero emission, what are your company plans to achieve it? So this is becoming a reality. This is how we need to tackle. And, you know, whether you like it or not, this is on our face. So how do you change your mindsets in family businesses? Is that the solution is get more people. Get people who will work for you, get smart people who will work for you, within your community, outside your community, and change the way we think of our people. We think that they are dependent on your job. You think they are dependent on your salary. Things have changed, my friends. Today, the younger generation is much smarter. They can shift jobs. A good worker or a good employee or a good contributor to the company can easily shift jobs today at a much higher salary. So how do you really retain him? Is a challenge again for the family businesses. As companies grow, as foreign companies come, as our bigger companies like Reliance, Tata's are growing further, how do small family businesses like ours change our attitude? And we really need to change how we treat our employees. We need to look at their well-being. We need to look at how they have a career progression within our company. And I'm coming to something called shared leadership. You know, we can't afford to be one leader in an organization, you know, the way we think traditionally. I'm sure when Pranav talks about his team, there are at least 20, 30 people who are with him who have a concept of shared leadership. And this is how, you know, companies in India need to rethink as to you may be the creator of the company, you may be the founder of the company, but you must take your colleagues along with you. You must make them leaders in your own organization. And how do you really build that trust? Trust can be built only if you take a risk. And I'll tell you my story of how I started trusting my younger generation within the employees. It so happened that COVID came. And it so happened that all of us were in a lockdown. We had to close our manufacturing establishments. And I started talking to a few of our very, very senior executives. And that time we didn't even have Zoom. So it was on a WhatsApp call. We used to fix a group WhatsApp call and said, how do we really survive for the next month? Because nobody knew the timeline when, how many and what is the cash with the company, how can we sustain our operations without manufacturing for how many months. And that's the time I thought that if we have a technological platform, that instead of talking to 5 people and 10 people, if we can talk to 50 people and gather some of the ideas. Because anyway, we were sitting idle at home, not doing anything, trying to see how we restart our operations. And that's where I said, why don't we involve our second-rung leaders? And we get the youngsters, the second-level managers to talk to the chairman of the company and get their ideas and get their view of how we should be prepared for this crisis. And I'm telling you, the older management lot did not like this. They tried to tell me always that we should not do this. They'll get direct access to the chairman. Our own organization structure will collapse. And then when you go back to reality, they will want to do this. I said, no, I would like to overrule all of you and do it. Mind you, when I started this, after a few weeks, the best ideas came from the second rung of leaders. You have to take the risk in your life. You have to use your judgment, take the risk and move ahead. Because everybody asks, I saw some people asking us in the morning also, that when you all build your companies, what were the limitations? The limitations are countless. I was asking Mohan in the morning that when he joined Infosys, he said their turnover was some $10 or $15 million. And look at Infosys today. So if Infosys can grow from 10, 15 million to 20 billion, why can't one of you all sitting here dream about building that? But dreams are not enough. Dreams have to be backed by judgment, by execution, by commitment, by dedication, by hard work, and by taking people along. And by taking people along means by taking a risk with people is something that we should take in our stride. So I talked about the crisis in the world. I talked about, people's management. I talked about size. We also have to talk of one more issue, and that is, what India offers as an opportunity. Our earlier generation had one of the biggest limitations, and that was lack of access to capital. Each one of us had to borrow from our relations, from our friends, from our own kitty, and it's a risk. When you put risk capital, it's a risk. Today, that thing has changed for the next generation. There is enough capital, there is enough access to capital available, provided you can back up with an execution plan. And when you back it up with an execution plan, the single biggest thing that you have to give up is your ego. And I'll give you 1 or 2 case studies of how I left my ego behind and we prospered. When my father passed away, we had about 7 companies operating in the group, and there was one laggard, or there were 2 laggards, but one laggard that needed immediate attention. We had a food processing unit in the state of Goa and generating some 15-20 crores of turnover. It was a listed entity. It was languishing at about 40-50 crores of market cap. And I'm talking about 2013. It's not even archaic that I'm talking about 40 years back. And I thought to myself, what do I do with this business? I don't have the expertise, neither I have the willingness to build the expertise, because my passion was somewhere else. And I put through a merchant banker, I said, I'd like to sell this. This was originally supposed to be a joint venture with a very large conglomerate called Glaxo, where they said they want to enter the family products division. They failed miserably. Like every foreign party, they just run away. My grandfather was very emotional. He bought their stock and just kept it. Now, we were losing money in that. So I said, let's do a valuation. The valuation came to about 15 crores. And I said, now, okay, 15 crores is a fair valuation. I want to meet the buyer, and I want to see what he is doing with this plant. So he came. That time he was in his mid-30s, very low-profile boy, but looked very sincere. And judgment, when I say judgment. And he said that, Mr. Dempo, we've just bought the Lakme contract from Hindustan Lever. Lakme was a Tata company which was bought by Levers, and they didn't want to manufacture it, so they sold the manufacturing facilities to this family. And I said, yes, what are you going to do with mine? He said, no, Mr. Dempo, I'd like you to take you through the contract manufacturing opportunity in India. And those days, he talked about 2 lakhs or 3 lakh crore opportunity in contract manufacturing. And he said, there is nobody in contract manufacturing that all these big companies can go to with a lot of confidence. He says, I want to become that. I said, interesting. I met him for 2-3 more times. I gained a lot of more comfort with him. And then I called him one day to Goa and I said, I'm not selling my plant. He says, after all this, he says, I want to be in your company. But I said, do one thing. Yours is a private limited company. I have a listed entity. You get your assets into the listed company. Okay? Let this asset remain here. We'll do a valuation of your assets, my assets, and then we'll rejig the shareholding. So we did that. He agreed to it. He got his assets, and that's how we started manufacturing. I'm talking about 2013. Today, that company which had 30 or 40 crores of turnover, in 10 years is 2,500 crores of turnover. You know, the market cap which was 60 crores, today is 6,000 crores. From 60 crores, it grew to 6,000 crores. And just for anybody who has a public investor, has got 200% return in the last 3 years in that company. So why I'm saying this story is if you leave your ego behind and you change your mindset, you can really create value for your business. The other thing that I wanted to say is to judge things to come and have the guts to take certain decisions. Right from the early 40s, Dempos were known for 2 things, mining and football. Mining is gone, football still continues. And when I took the very difficult decision of giving up mining in 2009, I was making a profit of 500 crores every year in mining. So you would think that I was a fool to give up mining. Despite all that, I didn't enjoy the business. Why didn't I enjoy the business? Because my core values and ethics were challenged. There were too many people who didn't believe in keeping with the law. Too many people, I don't want to name them in a public forum. You know, some people talked about, you know, why don't you get into that area or, you know. So those kind of people entered the mining business. They found it very profitable. Many Goan buyers shifted from their traditional contracts to spot buying and selling in China. They made 10 times more money. Just to give you a perspective, I was an exceptional company which stuck to my word and stuck to my promise with the Japanese steel mills. But that loss, I lost $150 million in 3 years by sticking to my promise. And then I said, where I'm going? All my competitors are breaking contracts. They're going and selling my ore into China. I said that this sort of model I will not be able to work with because I have a legacy to protect. I have my moral values to protect. I have my founders' laid down principles to protect. So I took the very difficult decision in 2009 to sell my business against all odds. There was criticism in the newspapers. There was social dilemma. People asked me, how will you be known? I said, it's good that I will not be known then. They said, will you sit in the same office in Dempo House? Because that was the attachment of people of Dempos and mining. In 2009, I sold. It was bought by Vedanta, Anil Agarwal. In 2012, mining was closed. It's closed till today. I'm not a magician. I'm not a visionary. But when you stick to your core values and beliefs, yes, technology is changing. Yes, the ways of doing business is changing. But what I'm coming to is money is not the only thing in this world that you should do to drive and expand your business. There's something beyond money. You should find a purpose in life, okay? And if you want to only generate money, I would strongly suggest you go to Pranav, sit down, and generate your money through there. There are lots of other avenues. There are better people managers. And I'm telling you, I even didn't lose faith in mining. Mr. Anil Agarwal, when he sat for the final negotiation, he said, Mr. Dempo, you are not here to sell your business. You are out to fish a valuation. But please don't waste my time. If you're just out to fish a valuation, let's shake hands here and close the deal. I said, Mr. Agarwal, if you pay me my price, I will sign on a dotted line right now and give you, and my company is sold. And he said, why are you doing it? I said, I'm doing it because my values are challenged. I've not lost faith in the business. And I said, to prove a point, the day I sell my business to you, I will invest in your stock, which shows my faith in you as a manager and which shows my faith that I believe in that industry. As luck would have it, the day I sold my business, that time Cesar, now it's become Vedanta, Cesar was quoting at 180 rupees. And I put quite a substantial amount of money at 180 rupees. In 3 years, I sold it at 480 rupees. I went to Anil Agarwal, I met him in London for dinner, and I said, sir, I wanted to tell you a point, that you are a better manager than me. And I said, I never lost faith in that business. But I said, since my values are challenged, and I didn't know how to deal with those situations, I said, best for me is to sell my business. And that was not the end of it. We had various other companies in the group which were not paid attention to because mining was the cash cow, it generated enough profits. Every business today, other than the mining business, has grown threefold since the last 10 years. We are India's second largest calcined coke producers. We had one plant in Goa. Today we are in 3 states in India, in Orissa as well as Chhattisgarh. And why I moved from steel to aluminum also was a judgment call. Steel is a heavier metal. Steel is increasingly having an issue with carbon footprint. You know, today you're moving from blast furnace technology to melting technology, which is called green steel. And aluminum increasingly is used for packaging, for construction, for real estate, and automobiles. I said, I had faith in India. I knew that India will grow at always 7%. I said, let's put an attention on a business which will give me a future growth. And exactly when Goa Carbon was one plant, it had 200 crores of sales. Today we are at about 1,500 crores of sales in about 5 to 6 years. So the lesson that I want to, the message that I want to really communicate is, mindsets have to change if you have to think bigger. When mindsets change, it has to be backed by risk. When risk's appetite increases, it has to be backed by the right people. You can't do everything alone. You know, unfortunately, when I talk to many of the people, since I'm now in chamber and, so many of the forums that we have in Goa, we think that we have set up a business so that own ego sometimes damages you a lot. And I'm by no way putting down anybody. The fact that you've created a business and you've given employment to even one person is a great thing that you're doing to the country. But what I'm coming to is, unless you change your mindset and be humble and say that somebody else can do a better job, you can team up with a bigger company. You know, I took a risk in Hindustan Foods, which has made me 50 times richer in that company. You know, if I had to sit that, no, I'm Mr. Dempo and he's a small man, and, who is he to tell me what to do with that company? I would have never reached and come to a stage where that company is today. If I had never to take a decision to stop my mining activity, the statutory authorities would have stopped it anyway, and I would not have got a value today that I got from Anil Agarwal. And the last thing that I want to tell you before I stop is never lose connect with your community. I think enough has been said. I think, in today's world, you need to be a friend, you need to be a philosopher, you need to be a guru, you need to be a social activist, you need to be everybody. But Samaj comes first. Unless you take care of the people around you, and unless the people grow with you, you will have a limited shelf life of your business. Those days are gone when you could just sit with the chief minister of the state, drive your business, get all the licenses by whatever means, I don't want to say here. Today, every important activity that we do, when we set up a real estate project, the first thing we do is talk to the local authorities there and to the local people there and get a feel of how do they feel about us. How do they feel about us as a group? How do they feel of us as a... It's time to give back. If you made 1 rupee out of that business, you must give at least 40 rupees away. You may keep 60 rupees. There's nothing wrong in enjoying your wealth, but you have to give back. Since I talk about real estate, I'll give you a story where there was a big, large piece of land which was bought by a very large builder from Delhi, a listed company. I would not like to name anyone. And they got into serious problem in Goa. Although they were backed fully by the government, they had all the blessings from all the statutory authorities. The owner of that company came to me one day and he said, Mr. Dempo, I have given up. He says that I'm getting enough flack. Goans don't want anybody here. They oppose every single project. He says, can you do me one thing? Can you buy this land? I said, to buy is difficult because I may face the same problems. I have to limit my risk. But if you trust in me, for public purpose, I will say that I have bought the land, but I will pay you only when it's able. He says, okay, I trust you, I trust your family, so go ahead. So the story was created through the media, through the whispering rumors that Mr. Dempo is taking over the land. In 2 months, I got the approval. This is the faith and trust you should repose in your community that you operate in. Family businesses sometimes don't understand the gravity of the situation. You may call it by any fancy name. Today you have to mandatorily give whatever 2.5%, 3% of your CSR. We never called it CSR. For the last hundreds of years that I remember, our founders had set a principle that 5% of your profit should be given back to the society in whatever form. And if the company doesn't make profit, you have to give 2% of your sales turnover back to society because you are still generating business from the society. I think the more you do for the society, you will get a natural affinity back from the community that you operate in and you thrive in. I was really, really impressed. I was really amazed to see the startup presentations of yesterday. And I think the future is there in India, as we said. I think Pranav explained very beautifully what the potential is. But that has got a caveat. The competitive landscape is going to change very significant. Please look at your businesses very deeply as to how you'll continue adding value to the ecosystem. If you do not find an answer, either you need to change your model. You cannot ignore technology today. I mean, every business of ours, today has a technology head which is seeing how technology will affect our business in the next 5 years. We run a newspaper in Goa. Fortunately, by the grace of God and blessings of people, though Times of India is there for the last 20 years, we are still the leading daily. Now, they have 5,000 times more money than us. But we cannot sit on past glory. Today, the younger generation, and many of which are here, they don't even touch a hard copy of a newspaper. There's nothing called print. By and large, they pick up their news from Twitter. They didn't even go beyond 5 lines. So how do we react to this in our business model? We need a change of mindset. We have to develop content creativity on our own. We have to feed it into the social media channels. How do we do this overnight without changing the mindsets of people? We have people in our organization for the last 35 years. When I talk this language, they laugh at me. They said, you've been here for 15 years, I've been for 35 years. This paper is still the largest English daily in Goa. But they don't know what's going to hit them in the next 5 years. Because they think that last 35 years, they have continued the way they have done the business. So we have to think beyond our small operations. We have to think what's going to change. We have to take care of our people. We have to look after their health and well-being. COVID has taught us that. And we have to be fit in our mind and body. Unless you do that, I was very happy to see more than 100 people today walking early in the morning. I think more of that is required, and more of this brainstorming and forum is required. And I must again commend, all the 3 organizations and people who are behind this. We should do this more often. We should sell our success stories. Sell means not monetarily, but we should talk to the younger generation and say what has made it work. And many of the companies that were shown earlier in the presentation have started very small. So there's nothing wrong in dreaming big, but the dreaming big has to fundamentally be backed by a hard work execution plan okay? And keeping an eye on what's changing where. Which things are changing very, very fast. All your traditional MBA models do not work anymore. The MBA that I did in 1993 is of zero value to me today. So we have to rethink and we have to reinvent without forgetting our heritage. But that's what keeps us all together. As Mohan said, the food, the cuisine, our Kuladevats all keep us together, our Mathadipatis. But we have to think by this virtue of being from this heritage, how do we really take this? And he gave a wonderful example in the Jews. Because we need leadership. We need leadership in our own community to say that let's carry people with us. Thank you once again for inviting me, and I hope this convention a big success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the insightful guidance, and we are grateful that you took time out of your busy schedule to encourage and guide all of us here. May I now request Mr. Siddharth Sinkar to please felicitate sir as a token of our gratitude.
Ladies and gentlemen, we often hear so many startup news on a daily basis. Someone got funded, someone got acquired, someone became a unicorn. But how to build such top-scale startups? Today, we have Shri Rohit Bhatt sir with us to talk about how to build a top-scale startup from building a startup to its acquisition. I kindly invite you onto the desk, sir. Shri Rohit Bhatt started with humble beginnings and a big dream. He founded Robosoft in 1996 as a macOS-only development company. His idea was to build an organization that creates world-class products in the spheres of web, mobile, and technology. In 2007 and 2008, Robosoft started Global Delight and 99 Games, which create productivity apps and games for various web-based, desktop, and mobile-based platforms. He pioneered the transition from services to the service product mix. Robosoft was acquired by Technopro in 2021 for $100 million. He is also a part of Ventana Ventures, a VC fund based out of Udupi, as an investment committee member. Fond of movies, emerging technologies, and gadgetry, Shri Rohit Bhatt loves traveling extensively and exploring cities all around the world. The stage is all yours.
Thanks for that wonderful introduction, and very good morning to all of you. I think we had two fantastic, top-notch speakers, speaking before me. Lots of insights, lots of inspiration, and this is my turn to speak and probably tell my story. I think probably in my story there will be a lot of lessons for startups on how to go from startup to scale and probably an exit too. So just to put simply, I started and ran a company called Robosoft, an IT services company, based in Udupi, and I sold it in 2021 for $100 million to a Japanese IT MNC. Okay. Then after that, I'm continuing to run one of the earlier companies called 99 Games. It's a mobile gaming company, and the idea is to hunker down and build a great mobile gaming company and hopefully take it to a, unicorn status in the years to come. And after my exit, I look at myself in a slightly different way. I look at myself as a investor, not in the classical sense. I invest in ideas, I invest in my own people, and I invest in my own dreams. Okay, and that is the story I will tell you, today. So, my beginnings, or rather my early beginnings are, I'm basically born and brought up in Udupi. I completed my computer science in computer science engineering from NMMIT in NITE in 92. In my family, I am the fourth child. I have two elder brothers and one elder sister. So, like anybody who is the youngest, I was, kind of given a hard time because they were all demanding, whatever they couldn't do, they would impose it on me. And it was a great thing because, you are, loved and looked after, but also, asked to look, or have a higher standard than, most of them themselves. After my engineering, I was very lucky, and in 93, I got a chance to go to Japan. And in those days, back in 92, the dreams of most people was to, as soon as you finish your engineering, you go to US and settle down there. Okay, that is what we were always aspiring. This is even before the IT boom. And I was slightly different. I got a chance to go to Japan, and I was like, okay, why not? In 93, Japan was probably one of the strongest economies in the world. They were, challenging US in all fields, be it in technology, be it in automobiles, be it in entertainment. In Japanese companies were buying out all the Hollywood studios. And I thought, okay, let me go there. But my impression of Japan, till I went there, was, very, very different. I grew up reading a lot of war comics. My brother was, too much into war comics, and I ended up reading a lot of war comics. And, comics as well as history is written by victors, and I grew up reading that Japanese were, savage and all those kind of things. But when I went, I was, completely blown away by the culture. I think it was the biggest culture shock, I've ever experienced. Till then, I used to think that, I'm from India, I'm from a place with 5 languages, we see so many cultures and all. And by that time, I felt, okay, I've been in engineering, I've gone through hostel life. I thought nothing could surprise me, but Japan was completely different. I was blown away by their work ethic. I was blown away by how they went about doing stuff, their courteousness, their mindfulness. And till then in my life, my only thing was, go abroad and settle. That's what I had in my mind. But Japan changed me, and it changed me because here was a country that I think was completely destroyed 50 years ago in a world war. And they had, when I went and saw there, when I went around in Osaka, Tokyo, I love to travel, and I got a chance to go everywhere. And I was, I was, blown away by, what they had done. And at that time, I decided that if there is anything in life that I want to do, it is to go back to India and do something. Okay, and luckily for me, in Japan, I got a chance to work on a Japanese language word processor. I went as a programmer, and our job there was to build a Japanese language word processor, which will be Microsoft Word. Okay, so this whole thing about beating the best in the world again started very early in me, because my first job and most of my colleagues were all in Microsoft beating mode, and we were building that product with that mindset, and those two things stayed with me, pretty much a lot. One is, do anything in life, it has to be world class, and you have to do something that will make the country proud. So, I think by 95, end of 95, I came back to India, and I started RoboSoft. Okay, but before this, I think before I started RoboSoft, I was in a dilemma. Right, I had got a good job. I was working abroad and all those kind of things. And within my family, when I came down and I was still working, my father was always asking me, "Kasar, anikitl time to kaam karta?" He was like, "Why are you still working?" My father, had a plastic factory. He had come down to, he was in Bombay till 1970. He came back to Mangalore, Udupi. He started a plastic factory in Manipal, which was running till 1990s, and which we gave to my two brothers who were running it. But as soon as I was there, and even during the calls, he used to say, "Anikit will kaam kartu. Start something. What are you doing?" And when I came back, my mother was, "Whatever you do, don't start a company. I've seen enough of your father, so you don't start a company, and don't put your wife through the same grind that I went through." My eldest brother was also the same thing. He was like, start something. We are all there here. Why don't you start something? And, there was a little bit of here and there, and then I decided, let me start something. Okay, and that's when, RoboSoft was started. I started in 96. Initially, I started in my sister's house in Bombay, a services company. And luckily for me, I had a lot of technology background in Apple platform, Apple Mac platform. I was programming in that, and Apple had just come into India at that time in their first avatar. And they had appointed 18 salespeople to sell Apple Mac. They did not have any technical guys. And I went to them and told them, "Look, I'll be your sales guy. You guys sell systems, I'll go and build software for you." Okay, so I always, my first job was, my first project luckily I got it from Apple itself. So Apple was my first customer for, RoboSoft. And I used to keep joking to them, my sales team is Apple team. And what I used to always do was, whatever I used to do it, world class. And I thought Apple Mac back then was a very small part of the industry. And I thought it's a small, but it's a niche, and it's good enough for me. Because, I am a one-person company, and I thought this is good enough for me. If Apple is my first customer and Apple is selling my service, why not? Okay, and slowly I grew up, and I realized that, after 2 years, I hire people, they leave, hire people, they leave. I thought, okay, this is difficult, so let me do something. Let me go back to my hometown, because getting a loan is easier, probably hiring might be easier. And back then, the only place back in town, in my region, where internet was in KRSC College, and that's NITK. Internet had just come. Even when I started RoboSoft in Bombay, internet had just come. So, we were doing a lot of jugaad to do these services over dial-up modem. But I came down, and in NITK step, they had an internet connection. And I got a small shed in their KRSC NITK step. I started there. I started hiring people from Nitte College. They were very receptive. This is, again, all pre-IT boom. So, they helped me, hire 5 people. And I started my services. But the challenge was, we used to do a lot of software development, no internet connection. And the whole internet connection was there in the KRSC College. At that time, they had a 14.4 kbps internet connection. Okay, and entire college was run on that. And I wouldn't get access to it. So to export my software, I would go late in the night at around 12 o'clock. I would go there to their lab and export it, and then come back and stay back. So there's no internet, but you have to do jugaad. So in startup life, you have to find a path. You'll keep having challenges. You need to find a solution to that. Oftentimes you think, challenges are insurmountable, but, there'll always a way for, you to go around it. So I was there for 2 years. My team grew from 5 people to 20 people. And the KRSC step decided that I should not be, allowed to stay for more than 2 years in that, because, it's a 20 people team. And they said, look, you can't be here. And I went to Udupi and started an office in Udupi. Okay, and this was year 2000. Hiring was difficult because the .com bust had just happened, and everybody said the IT boom is over. Okay, so there are a lot of naysayers, and in my experiences, there are a lot more naysayers in a small town than in a large town, because the saying where anidalli raiti ani puradalla.com bustadalla kasadani kasanena amount. That's how, the perception was. And as entrepreneurs, and I'm telling this because many of you are from, smaller region, Mangalore, you'll hear a lot of naysayers, they'll keep telling you, you'll find them in so many social occasions, okay? Because I think, more than Bangalore, we, in Udupi, Mangalore, we go to all the temple functions, we go to all the weddings and all, so you get to hear all these things. But, we were undeterred. We thought it would be, it wouldn't really matter, and we thought, okay, we'll just hunker down and keep building. So, luckily for us, by 21, we got another very big client called Hewlett Packard, and our services revenue, started growing. We added another office in 2002, a third office in 2003, a fourth office in 2005, and by this time, we are around 200, people in Robosoft. All our, right from day one, we were all mostly, export services in IT, and we continued down that path. By this time, we started, hitting these, typical challenges of retention in our region, because this is in 2005, and oftentimes these days, people keep asking me, Rohit, how do you retain people? And I tell them now, at least, there are a few success stories. But back in those days, people were always like, they were always, hakmatism na he started an office, an IT office in Udupi. Forget Mangalore, even in Udupi. But I used to tell them only thing, that in IT business, all you need is, great talent. And if you have great talent, and if you do world-class work, if you do great quality, your customers will find you, which is what happened to us, for a large part of our, company's growth. So by 2005, we were feeling this, attrition. People work for a few years and they go to Bangalore. And I started asking people, look, we give you world-class work. Why do you want to go to a, city? Because the work is good, the remunerations are, good. Why do you want to do that? And they would tell, look, it is all good, but, my parents want me to go to Bangalore, and, they want me to go and work there. They want us to work in, big glass, shiny buildings, whereas in Udupi, we are in 3 or 4 different offices and all those things. And at some stage, I got so tired that I told our people, look, let us build a nice, beautiful glass building, okay, in Udupi, okay? And we should build it in a place where, even if you are blind, people should see it. Because that was the second thing they would say, that where is this, Robosoft? Where is it? We can't see it, because, we are operating out 3 or 4 different offices by then. And we started building that campus, back then on an NH. Many of you might have seen it, National Highway. We built it, this was back in 2000, I think 2008, we, completed building that. And, we went and moved in there. And after that, I did not hear this particular comment, from people saying that, okay, there's no, what is Robosoft and all those things. And at around 2005 is the time when, I diversified. Initially, we started as Mac development. Then, we became device driver developers. And then, we started getting into game services. So, by 2005, we started into game development services for, the largest, brands in the world. We work for Ubisoft, we work for Microsoft Game Studios, we work for, Electronic Arts. We started working with a lot of these, big players. In fact, by 2008, if you had gone to any Apple retail shop in the world and, turned around the game DVD, you would see the Robosoft logo behind them. Okay, that is because I think most of them. That is because we had kind of cornered that particular part of the market, and we our journey was in Robosoft. Our journey was always about finding niches. We've always focused on finding niches and becoming very good at that niche. Okay, and this is another thing that I always tell people: look, find your niche. do extremely well, be known for that niche, and, let people find you, in that space. And, whenever we wanted to expand, we would find another niche. So, while we were a services company, it was all about finding your niche and, growing and, always focusing on world class. Then, everything changed for us in 2008 when Apple introduced the iPhone. They introduced the concept of App Store. And because, we have been their long-time partners, they gave us access to the early software that went into building apps. And we got a chance to work on, those apps before the rest of the world got to see them. Interestingly, when Steve Jobs went in 2008 and introduced the App Store ecosystem to the world, out of the 200 apps that were there on day one, 5 of them were built by a little company in Udupi. Okay? So, that was, what we were, it was always about doing stuff which are new, cutting edge, and stuff like that. And 2008, I think, as a company, we transitioned completely towards mobile services. For a long time, we were always, in the industry, we are known as a mobile company. We built the first news app in the country, NDTV news app. We built, for NDTV, and after that, we built probably news app for all the major news brand in the country. We built the OTT app for all the major OTT players in the country. We built probably, most of the banks' mobile banking apps, at Robosoft. Okay, we built, Paytm app from day one. Okay, so whatever Paytm app you see, it was built at Robosoft in Udupi right from day one. Okay, till probably they had 100 million, downloads. Incidentally, their confidence in was further increased when in 2019, when they launched another brand called PayPay in Japan. They again came back to us and said, look, can you give us an engineering team to build the PayPay app in Japan? And PayPay app in Japan is now the largest dominating payment apps in Japan. Okay, it's got some 78 or 79 percent, market share. But at every stage, we used to always have our, naysayers, and I used to always, sometimes I used to feel, demotivated and all. But progressively, I used to always feel motivated. Whenever somebody said, you cannot do it, that would, it used to instill a newfound enthusiasm in me, showing that I have to show that it can be done. Okay, and I think towards 2000, I think 2013 we raised one round of funding. 2015 we raised a round of funding. 2017 we raised a round of funding. When funding companies in tier 3 towns was unheard of, we did that. People showed that confidence to invest in our company. And by 2020, 2021, it was a time for us to give an exit to our investors. The company was doing well. We had appointed a CEO knowing that we had to give an exit to them. And I had decided that running a services company, I've done it for a long time. I don't want to do it. And we started developing a global process, to find a buyer for our company. So this was in the middle of COVID. In the middle of 2020, we decided that, we are going to sell the company. We did a global process. We appointed an investment banker to do the process for us. And we were halfway through the process when we had an unfortunate accident at our office. Okay, our office caught fire. Our building got fire. Okay, and through the night, 2 of our floors were gutted in our building. Okay, and we were worried because I was particularly worried because we are in the middle of a sell process, and if the news goes out, and if the customers are impacted, it will be a big issue for us. Luckily for us, COVID was, we were in the middle of COVID, so nothing happened to our systems because the systems were all at our people's offices, but our server room was completely gutted, and our processes were there. So we had an offsite in Bangalore, and within 48 hours, everything was up. And when it came Monday morning, none of our customers realized that something of that nature and that scale had happened. Okay, and these are situations that some of these situations that completely knock you off balance, in a startup world, and you can't say anything about it. You just need to take it on your chin and go around and take it up. Okay, and when that accident happened, a lot of newspaper people called me, Rohit, we have heard this has happened, we got the photos, do you want us to, what should we do, should we publish it? I told them, please don't publish it, and they're kind enough not to publish the, photos in any of the newspapers, and I was worried because, one, we are in the middle of an exit process, second, if our customers come to know of it, it'll distract our teams from the actual recovery process. So, that happened, and within 6 months, I think 2021, mid of 2021, August, we announced the takeover. Luckily for me, one of the 3 suitors for RoboSoft was a Japanese company, and they were the people who had the best culture fit. And for me, it was a big thing because my inspiration for RoboSoft started with Japan, and for a Japanese company to come down and buy the company was kind of like a world or it's a full circle. It was a full circle for me, and we signed the deal. It's a publicly listed company, and they put the figures out. So I thought, okay, what's the point of me trying to keep it secrets? And I also said, okay, this is the transaction value, for me. And I used to always tell people, look, if you want to really understand the pain, you should raise funding, and you should raise multiple funding. There's so many things you'll learn in your life or in your business when you take funding from external investors. But I got a completely different learning when I went in for an exit, because I had 2 investors, and I had some around 16, 17 other shareholders, including a lot of my early employees. And when it came to a time of exit, everybody had a different opinion. Everybody had an opinion on valuation, this, that, and all. Just convincing everyone to go out and sell through, make that sale was a very difficult thing. It took me a lot of my energy in those days. But we went through it, and when I did that, I realized that at my home, I realized this, the day I, was signing the document. Yeah, so my mother had come to, sign not the sign, she was also a shareholder, so she had also come to sign the paper. And then I noticed only that she could barely walk. Okay, she had arthritis, she had severe arthritis. She could not walk. So the next 4 months, I just, did only one thing, focus on getting her, knee replacement. Okay. So this happens to you in your, sorry. So, yeah, so this happens to you in your journey. You sometimes ignore your near and dear ones. Then I took 4 months off to, spend time with her and got both her knee replacements, done. And, whenever these things used to happen, I always used to remember my, father saying, early days of RoboSoft, I used to always work all the time. Okay. And one time my uncle had come down. He used to say, he used to tell my father, Rohit kasar hai, kedna palela kama rasda. He doesn't go to any temple function, he doesn't come to any weddings, he doesn't do anything. What is he doing? Okay, and he was ranting to my father for, some 20 minutes non-stop. And my father replied with only one sentence, work is worship. He didn't say anything. Okay, he said work is worship. Yeah? If it doesn't come to, it's okay. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't do it, but, it helped me focus on what I had signed up for, and that is important because this another thing happens to you, specifically, when you are in smaller towns, you get into a lot of pressure, from social pressure. You have to attend functions, upanayana, this, that, and all. And oftentimes, you're not in the right mood, you don't have the time, you have a customer, you have to pitch, you have somebody who has just left a job, somebody is absconding, you have got thousands of problems. And you should just focus on your business. If you are into it, you are into it. So that's why I say, work is worship. And, he solved that problem for me and once and for all. After that, whenever somebody used to tell me, I used to tell them work is worship. For me, my work is my God and I am going to focus on it. Okay. So, yeah, anyway, my exit happened. I did this, thing for my mother, got her knee replacement. And then I was thinking what to do. My wife is there and we had a conversation. What should we do? We got a lot of money now. Should we take it easy? Should we, go down the path and do something? And I asked her, look, if you're going to continue, please be ready for another 5 years of grind. Okay? Because, we are going to, go for it. And my wife is sitting in the second row. She runs most of the work in 99 Games. I only go around telling people that I am 99 Games. But yeah, then I had that conversation with her and she said, look, let us, try to build. And our thing is that we did $100 million exit. Now we are trying to, trying. We are trying for a $1 billion exit with 99 Games. That's our, what, we are trying to do. We are just sitting down, hunkering and building that. I had common investors in RoboSoft as well as 99 Games, and I felt my investors were not really understanding what we are trying to build. And the first thing I did after I got my exit was tell them, look, I think this is it. I think I want to buy back my shares in 99 Games, and I bought their stake back. And now it's a fully, I own the company. I might go out and raise another round of funding somewhere in the mid of next year when we think we are ready for that. But so far, again, we brought 99 Games completely under control, and we are building it the way we want. We are focusing on getting all the basic things right. Gaming is an incredibly tough business because it's a confluence of art, engineering, and data science. And I always tell our people, if you need to really scale up and don't waste a lot of money in doing it in the process, you will need to probably align some 25-30 things to get everything right. And you have to align all these things, and aligning all of that is quite difficult, but we are all for it. Right now 99 Games build games for the global market. We know gaming is going to be big in India, and we'll be ready for it when it starts getting bigger in the Indian context. Okay, and that is where we are in our 99 Games journey. One of the things I also did after my exit was start a foundation. We call it Ventana Foundation. The intent is very simple. Give back to the society. We help a lot of Kannada medium schools in our region, and this is a very Udupi focused initiative. We donate systems or desk, benches, anything a local Kannada medium school requires it, because I always feel that the people in that in that caliber or a category of people require the most support. They also have to dream. Okay, only when these people who are not having the kind of access that we have, the middle class has, only then magic will happen in the country. And we have donated more than 20-25 projects. So far we keep doing 1 or 2 donations every month or every second month, and we do that in a way it gives us tremendous satisfaction. We donate to schools, we donate to preserving some of the local art and culture, those also. There are so many people who are working on it in a local level. We only help them with money. We can't do anything more than that. They have to do the stuff. We just help them with some funding from our side. One more thing that I did was help start a gaming fund. Okay, so my chief operating officer from Robosoft, she and I ran the company almost for close to 20 years. She joined me as the third employee in Robosoft. And when I was exiting, she also said, look, Rohit, I don't have anything, I think I should also come out because one story is ending, a new one is beginning. And we were thinking, what should we do? I told her, look, you should start a gaming fund because I think in India, gaming is where e-commerce was during the early days of Flipkart. Okay, we are in the very, very early stages of gaming. And there is an opportunity, for a seed stage venture capital company to invest in sub 1 crore ticket sizes and probably invest in 25-30 companies and figure out which ones really are able to go to the next level, support them there, and take them to the next level. And our support is not just in terms of funding. Our support is in telling them all the technical issues that we have figured out, the artistic processes that we have figured out, the data science processes that we have figured out, in our years and years of building. So we help these companies not just with capital, but also with a lot of know-hows which we have learned over the years. So that is what we are doing. I am an anchor LP there, one of the main investors in that fund as well. So anyone who wants to invest in a Udupi-based gaming fund, please, let us know. Purnima is here. Purnima is part of the fund. She is here. And it's our chance to invest in companies which might be huge companies in future. Because, early days of gaming, and I personally am thrilled about it. But I think, at the moment, something very interesting happened about a year ago. We were all in Mangalore. Mangalore has an technology event called as Technovanza. Okay, this is my last part of my story. And we were all sitting there figuring out how to build, IT ecosystem in Mangalore. Okay, and many people had come down. Mohandas Pai Imam was also one of them. And he told, look, what are you guys doing here? You guys are, useless. You are wasting your time. IT, Mangalore should be an IT hub. And what are you are not doing anything about it. And he said, look, Rohit, why don't you take some leadership of this and, try to drive. I was thinking okay, these Bangalore people will come speak something and, go away. Then we have to worry about all of it. But I went back and I thought about it. And I was thinking, look, it is right. I already created all this thing in Robosoft. And maybe I should give some attention to building this ecosystem. And the exit had given me a lot of, at least, I think, it given a lot of news coverage. Then I started thinking, okay, let us try to do something. Worst case, what? We'll fail. And, I have failed so many times and I've succeeded a few times. I thought, okay, let me take that up as a, challenge, Mohandas Pai Imam. My wife is not happy about it. She always complains, you are doing more KDM work than 99 games work now. Okay. But yeah, I think why I think this is very important, right? This particular initiative of doing something, in our region. Pranav talked about it. He talked about how, the IT workforce in India is now 5.3 million and our exports are $250 billion. Okay. I think by 2031, it's projected to go to, around 500 billion plus, in terms of exports. And the manpower employed in this industry will probably triple. It will triple to, I think, 12.2 million. So that means there are going to be another 7.2 million people who will be getting into the IT workforce. Okay. And right now, most of the action in IT is happening in one of these 7 hubs across the country. The usual Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, Delhi, Kolkata, and all these, Chennai. Okay. But if 7.1 million people have to come into this industry, it cannot again go into the same cities. It has to go outside. Okay, and they have identified, I think Morgan's or Deloitte, recently made a report calling as an emerging technology hub. They identified 25 new technology hubs in the country, and they said Mangalore is going to be one of those emerging hubs. Okay, so I just did a quick math. 7.1 million IT workforce will be added in the next 7-8 years, 25. Okay, each of these emerging hubs can accommodate 100,000 people. Okay, 100,000 people might go into each of this, and if Mangalore does a good job, maybe we will get 250,000 people, whereas some other emerging hub which doesn't focus on it will not get it. And I thought, okay, maybe this is a great thing that we should do, because honestly, I'm tired of losing talent to Bangalore. Okay, and I think we should do something. We should do something in our region to build industries, to attract industries to come down there and build. Because when we lose talent, we don't just lose talent, we lose our culture also, we lose our identity also. Okay, and that should not happen. And Mohandas Pai Imam's directive to me back then is now morphing into on a different level altogether. I am fully focused on that. We started a community called as TAI in Mangaluru. We started that, it's basically a community for fostering entrepreneurship. We started it 6 months ago. We are already 50 members strong. Early next year, we are going to build a global event of TAI in Mangaluru. Okay. So the idea is to do something global, something in a big scale, so that Mangalore is put on the world map. And our intention is every 2-3 months we want to do some large event in Mangalore, and keep talking about it, because my simple presumption is, even if the people who have left Mangalore and gone outside come back in some form, at least a 5% or 10% of them come back and start something in Mangalore, I think, getting to 250,000 IT people in our region in next 10 years is not a distant dream. Okay, we can do it, because, I think as a region, we are such a, very, very strong diaspora, just the Mangalore Udupi, Manipal diaspora, that, we can do it. And the economic advantages of this is it's tremendous. See, even if you look at an IT employee earning average 5 lakh rupees, CTC per year, and if 10,000 people come, I think Paimam is, good in numbers, but I think it's a huge 500 crore of money will be spent in the region. If it becomes 100,000, it's 5,000 crores. So it's like 5,000 crore of economic opportunity in our region that will be unlocked. And this is going to have a massive effect on the, on the region. And I think it just needs some kind of ignition. And I think, we'll all work on it. I'm sure there are a lot of people who will help us achieve that. And I am part of some Karnataka government's digital economy mission. I'm trying to lead that initiative. One of the things that we are doing is, making a seed fund only for our region. Okay, Karnataka government side, we'll create a 25 crore fund only for investing in companies in the Mangalore region. The government will give 7 crores. Local banks, I'm talking to the local banks to give another 7 crores to this fund, and another 7 crore has to come from the local entrepreneurs. Okay, which I'm sure, some of you, if you are hoping, if you are willing, if you give 1 crore each to this fund, we'll reach that 25 crore mark, and we can start investing in entrepreneurs of Mangalore itself. This is a fund only for Mangalore Udupi companies, nothing else. Okay, it will be governed. It's a Cat 1 or Cat 2 fund. We will do a good job. We'll take care of finding the right companies from a pure economic interest. Everything. While I am passionate about this subject, I am very passionate about the economic aspect of everything I do, and couple of opportunities for you to contribute to growing the region, contributing to the economic progress of the region. If IT grows, everything grows. That we should know. We have seen the magic happen in Bangalore. In Bangalore, in 1996, the export of Bangalore was $16 million. Now it is $80 billion. And this is, it didn't take, it's like 26, 27 years. Okay? So, in 25 years, we can try to be at least 1/4 of that, and we'll still, I think, we can still do magic, transform stuff, probably maintain a lot of our culture, a lot of our festivals will be able to sustain. So I think, it's important that we don't keep losing people to larger cities, but, try to, preserve them here. Lastly, I have got a simple mantra, which we started when we started with Ventana Foundation. Okay, the foundation. Okay, so that is about nature, culture, and future. Right? So it is about building our future without destroying our nature while preserving our culture. Right? So that is what I think, we should do, for our region. And this is, kind of become my, is my vision that we should keep, growing in this region and try to do that without destroying our nature and, preserving our culture. And thank you so much for listening, to me. And thanks again for Kamat Ma'am, Pai Ma'am, everyone for giving me this opportunity to speak here. And it is wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely inspiring, sir. Thank you for that very absolutely inspiring talk. I'm sure that many of our young entrepreneurs here would have surely taken note, and very soon we will listen to their success stories also. I request Shri C.A. Nandagopal Shanay sir to kindly step onto the dais and felicitate Shri Rohit Bhatt sir. Opportunity to host the events at the Entrepreneurship Conclave. Over to Pratibha Prabhu.
Business Development Head, Hangyo Ice Creams Private Limited. Moderated by Siddharth Pai, Managing Partner, UK & Co.
The commitment, we do not get the money into our bank account. It will be directly, you will be investing. It's a soft commitment. We are not here to take anybody's money into our bank account, but we'll let you know that this is a voluntary support, what we got from yesterday, from the afternoon till today morning breakfast. It has come to 51 crore, and you can imagine the power of networking. And I'm extremely thankful for the people who have come up to me and say that, write my name 1 crore, write my name 5 crore, write my name 2 crore, write my name 5 crore, write my name 25 crore, which I don't want to tell because I don't want you people to go to him because I'll be going to him more often. So to that extent, I don't want to disclose the names, but it is just to tell you that this is the commitment what we have got for the startups. And this entire commitment what we have got, it is not that we write a gift check in everybody's name. There will be proper evaluation. You need to come for pitching once again if you have ideas from now and now on. And we will ensure that it is properly processed, properly evaluated, properly understood, and then we start releasing the money to the needy and the deserving, and preference is given always to our own community members so that we can start thinking big, we can start dreaming big, we can start doing big, and the initial mooladhana, what we used to call in the past, that will come from your community leaders, and there is no commitment to return, but there is a commitment to grow big is from your side, has always to be there. And once again, I thank Mohandas Pai to give me a target of 50. And he told me yesterday that if you don't put the 50, you should put the 50. Sir, without my money, the 50 is done. So thank you very much for your encouragement. Thank you, Pranav. Thank you very much.
On what it takes for next-gen entrepreneurs to take forward this prestige that has been laid on you, right? So I'd like to start with Ravi Pai, sir. So what do you think some of the unique advantages that a family business or a next-gen of a family business has as compared to, let's say, first-gen entrepreneurs?
So good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to only speak from my experience, really, in that sense. As a youngster, even I wanted to do something different, didn't want to get into the family business. Had my share of trying to dabble at things. Father also at that point felt, I came from a very professional background, did my engineering, did my MBA from IIM Bangalore, worked with a couple of MNCs. So he was also a little wary whether I would get, I would sort of adjust myself to real estate business, which at that point of time was very, very unorganized.
Yeah.
And at that point of time, he invested, some money in a coffee business, which, one of his friends ran. And I sort of dabbled in starting a cafe. A lot of hard work, in fact, stood even behind the counter, sort of serving dishes and stuff like that. And at some point, I felt that, the real estate business itself was such a large platform.
Right.
They had done phenomenal work over the 30, 35 years, at that point of time. Of course, now it's almost 50, 55 years since they've been in business. At that point of time, over 30, 35 years, acquired huge tracts of land, done some things in Bangalore, which possibly not conceivable at that point at all. And I felt it was a great platform for us to leapfrog from here, I think the advantage that came were quite natural. One is that any business requires a certain ecosystem.
Yeah.
You know, it could be vendors, it could be, in our case, it was landowners, you know, selling land to us. It could be the government authorities, you know, because real estate is fairly closely linked to regulatory and statutory approvals. Dempo sir spoke about trust in a community. I think in land, which is a very, very sort of litigious, subject, trust is very, very essential. That trust was built by the founders. So these were many, many sort of positives for us. On the softer side, I think really, land bought at historical cost. This was pre the boom maybe of 2005. So as a group, we had acquired lands which were, fairly, low cost, not really at the, sort of inflated values. Second, I think the nitty-gritties of the business. I think the mentoring of the founders. I think there's a learning curve in any business. And I think as founders, they had gone through a certain learning curve, which we sort of benefited from. But the biggest thing that I would like to really share with my experience is that, and it's really not an advantage, I think in many ways it's a disadvantage. Coming in as a second generation entrepreneur, is that the first generation entrepreneurs think that they know it all. It's very difficult for them to sort of really let go. They've been doing some things in a certain way, and they want to continue doing that,
Right.
But I was lucky that my father gave me a long rope, allowed me to make mistakes, which I think I personally benefited, So these have been some of the real advantages that I've faced in my personal career.
Pratap sir, I want to bring you into this conversation. Ravi sir spoke about, having you were bred to be the king, pretty much, right? So, there is inherent wealth and there is possibility of a lot of responsibilities that are bestowed upon you, but that can sometimes lead to complacency. So what do you think would be the right strategy for next-gen entrepreneurs to sort of stay motivated, maintain a strong work ethic, and continue the work that their fathers have started doing?
Good afternoon, everybody. Siddharth, very interesting question, and I think I can share my bit on this. So I think when we have inherited wealth, the most important point is we should understand that we are custodians of the wealth. So the wealth has come to us from our family. It is not something we have created. So we have a responsibility to protect it, preserve it, grow it, and hand it over to the future generations. So if we think we've got it from our parents and try to splurge, spend it all, it doesn't serve the purpose. So as long as we understand we are custodians of the wealth, I think the wealth will be preserved and it will create a drive for us to grow it.
Okay.
So,
okay. I'm going to switch gears a little bit because, Pranav also spoke about a lot of disruption that is happening. I want to talk to both of you specifically related to that, Ankush and you. Especially in the edtech sector, we've been hearing a lot of new startups that are coming in. So how are you keeping in pace with that? I know you are the next generation here. You're director of IT, so you probably understand all the technology that is out there. So what, in your opinion, that expert needs to do to sort of match these guys? They're having amazing valuations. The way the business is done is completely different from what it was back in the day. So how are you keeping up with that, and what responsibilities are bestowed upon you to sort of take it forward?
Thank you, Siddharth, for that wonderful question. So I think what is important in the current ever-evolving landscape that we have is to balance the core values of the institution or the organization that you're a part of and the legacy that you're a part of, along with the innovation that is taking place. Because a lot of times what happens in the name of innovation, we tend to dilute on the values that your previous generations have worked very hard to establish. For example, in our own institution, our values have been that of hard work, discipline, and also definitely good results, which I don't think any edtech company focuses on these values. These are very unique to an institution that has been there for a long time, that has been doing this for years. Of course, the delivery mechanism is different. Yeah. Now, we need to understand that, okay, there is a lot of value in students coming to an institution which has its physical infrastructure. There are real-time teachers who are guiding you. But at the same time, how can we include technology aspect? How can we improve, for example, remote learning? There are people from very far away places. Digital transformation plays a huge role. We had a very successful postal coaching program earlier where we could send materials by post even to the most remote places around the world. But of course, with changing times, postal coaching definitely came down. because now you are able to photocopy materials if you want. Students don't care that the syllabus has been upgraded or things have changed, the content has changed. But at the same time, you have to make sure that you come up with an e-learning platform as well, whether it is at a scale that will compete with these edtech startups, because you still have your own core part of your business, which these edtech companies cannot provide. But at the same time, also try to kind of enhance or improve the range of people that you are reaching out through the use of these technologies. At the same time, you can leverage technologies in enhancing the learning experience for your current students who are there inside your organization as well. So I think this whole idea of balancing your values along with innovation, but at the same time also using digital transformation to your advantage actually works in kind of combating this disruption. The change is gradual, but you have to think new to survive.
Got it. Pratap sir, I want to bring you in this because jewelry business has been disrupted now. Traditional jewelry houses was disrupted by Tanishq, and then now you have Carrot Lane, and you have a whole bunch of new things that are coming up. How do you as a business sort of try to work this in, and what do you think about when you sort of chart your next 10 years?
I think it's very important for us to remember that irrespective of size of the organization or the company, we need to remain relevant. When I say relevant, in terms of most important is the product, the services that we are providing. It could be the marketing strategy, your distribution strategy. I think as long as we are relevant and in tune with what the market is doing, size really doesn't matter. See, for example, I currently am managing 3 stores in Bangalore. And there are companies which have 300 stores too. But you visit any of our stores and you will find whether it's the product range or the service is exceptional, if not at par, better than people who are managing 300 stores. So I think we've always focused on trying to be relevant and providing the best product at the right price. So I think that's what we've done.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you. I want to bring in the Hangyo Science into this conversation. See, your guys are the younger generation compared to the panel sitting here. I'd like to understand what are the pressures that you go through when you sort of have to sort of take over the business, and balancing your expectations, balancing your pressures, and while pursuing your own visions. So what do you guys go through when you sort of do this thing at Hangyo?
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to be part of this esteemed panel, first of all. One thing I would like to point out is that it's tough because especially me being from the second generation and the first generation being the founders, they're very stuck on their values and they have their beliefs, right? But I also see that we ought to respect what they've set up, and often what happens is when we are in our teenage and we grew up with the business, so we sort of look down on what they're doing, and I've done that too, and we've had endless arguments on that. But over time and through the mentorship of Kamath sir also, what I've come to realize is we have to respect their vision. We have to earn their respect to sort of portray that vision onto our company and our vision as well. So that is something that a lot of people miss out on, I feel. And I think that is very critical to earn their respect. And then they will also support us in, setting our vision for the company. So that's something else.
Thank you. Srinivas, your thoughts?
Thank you, Siddharth. Also, I feel, adding to what Sankin said, even I feel that the important thing is to bridge the gap between the older generation and the new people who are coming into the business, so which is very important. There are a lot of new employees coming, and we also have many people who have been with us from last 15 years, 20 years, 25 years. So we need to bridge that gap. We should align both sides. So the people who are there from last 20 years to be aligned with the new people, so that, both sides it's very adaptable, and we can take forward things.
Great. I mean, you spoke about a couple of things that brings to my next topic, which is carrying on a legacy also requires people, right? In your firms, I'm sure you hire. So what are the strategies that you put in place to sort of hire and attract top talent? I would like to start with you, sir, Ravi, sir.
I think to attract good talent, you need to create a culture of meritocracy. I think that is very, very critical. People should believe that you're respected for the work you do, for your ability, for your skills, your talent. If they feel that people are, bypassing based on favoritism or because what they say, I think, that culture gets defeated and you won't get good talent. To attract good talent, you need to first, you have good talent, you have to create an atmosphere of congeniality. People should believe that this is a place that rewards, meritocracy. The second thing I think is it's important to empower people once you have them. And I think it's good for the business as well, because you don't want people, who are just yes boss or anything like that. You want to see very diverse sort of opinions. You want to see different views, because people come with varied experiences. So I think from a business also it benefits in that sense. So empowerment is very, very critical. Third, I think, is a sense of belonging. I think a loyalty, for, I would not just say the family, but for the business, a sense of belonging, that this is my business. It's not that I'm here just to work. I think if you set two, three of these guardrails, you could very easily get good, attract good talent and retain talent.
Good. Further to what Ravi said, I think it's very important for us to create a very suitable work culture in our companies, in our organizations, because not only is it important to attract professionals, it's also important for us to be able to bring our children and our next generation back into our business, because what we grow up with is different from the way our children are growing up today. And if we want them to join our business, I think having a very suitable and relevant work culture is as important as attracting professionals.
Ankush, I would like to get your thoughts on this, because I'm sure as teachers in this, there are various options today. So what do you do in your institution?
So, in fact, it is actually very difficult to get good teachers today. Although, we talk about our education system needs to really gear up and all that. We talk about NEP and all of that. But getting good quality teachers is a real challenge. We see that we do have a lot of people applying for jobs, but at the same time, they lack fundamental or basic skills that are necessary, basic knowledge that is necessary in their subjects. But what we try to do is, if you look at how we have transitioned, earlier, definitely the way of seeking or calling for people who are seeking jobs has changed. Earlier we could put newspaper ads and somebody would send you a letter with their CV. But today you have to go through social media. And people need to send an email. If a teacher is unable to send a good email, I don't think they should be serving in a very good educational institution, because those are some basic skills other than their subject skills. But definitely it is a very, very big challenge, getting good teachers. And this is a challenge irrespective of what generation you are part of. You have to learn to deal with it. A lot of times you get it through referrals, through already existing teachers. But when it comes to freshers, you really have to hunt for it and search for them.
Okay. I want to just ask one more question to Ravi here regarding family business and diversification. Is it important, do you think?
I'm not so sure. I find diversification to be a bit of a distraction sometimes. It also is an overhyped word, I feel. I mean, what we have done fairly successfully is that to understand what as a business, what is our core strength, So like I mentioned, when I joined the business, our founders, my dad, my Bappa had already bought significant amounts of land. For us, that was like a springboard, So from there, we said, why don't we vertically integrate and get into construction? I mean, it may seem like the same business, but honestly, I mean, the skill sets required are very, very different. I mean, land aggregation is a completely different ball game, and construction is a completely different ball game. So from that perspective, you can call it diversification. But the point I want to make is that it is not unrelated diversification. It was based on what inherent strengths that we had. Similarly, even in education, I mean, we started off started off a school where we contributed land and building to another partner to run it. We learned the business there. I mean, we learned how schools are run, and subsequently, I mean, we ended up buying that business back from our partner, and that we've grown because we believe now we have strength. I mean, we understand the real estate of it. I mean, it's the same land and building to construct a school. At the same time, we understood the software aspects as well. So, I mean, diversification, as long as it is connected, I think makes sense. But otherwise, diversifying for the sake of diversifying, I think is a real distraction.
Understood. Very rarely we speak about, and this is my last question here to the panel, very rarely we speak about exits in family business because maybe we are so happy or complacent in the businesses that we are running. Is that something that you think family businesses should think about? Exits in the family business, because exits in the family business. Because if you see what Pranav Bhai said just a few moments ago, it's best to sell the business and put all the money with him.
I think we're all very early in our life cycle to think of an exit at this point, but...
I think most exits in family businesses are unintended, right? Because you're running a very good business, you have children who move abroad, they're not interested in taking care of your business. In that case, you don't have a choice. Most family businesses are not, they don't just go into thin air because of choice. So I think in such cases, it's very important to have open communication with your children or the children with their parents as to what they're expecting from each other, and try to really not escalate things at a personal level. Try to understand that, and then, okay, if you're really not interested in this, you want to pursue your own dreams, which I don't recommend, because I think that children should have the urge to continue the family legacy. But in unfortunate cases, there's no other choice. Then you need to have good communication, have a good succession planning as to, okay, do you want to sell this whole thing off, or do you want to hire someone to take care of it? So I think it's very important to communicate well.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the time that we have for. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Pratibha? Yeah.
I request Ullas sir to felicitate Siddharth Bhai. We now have a session on building a future together by a person who needs no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the most energetic and inspiring Mr. Ullas Kamath.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lunch is at 1:45. So we have come to the fag end of our 2 days program. And I'm just going to summarize what we discussed, what we intend doing, how we want to do, and how we can build a better community going forward. More importantly, from entrepreneurial journey point of view. Yesterday, we celebrated, felicitated, best of the best employers, I would call them. And that was our duty. That was our way of respecting them, our way of recognizing them. And they don't need any cash reward. And we felt that putting a shawl around them and giving them a beautiful memento. When they take it back to their office, it will get its place, and people recognize that when somebody comes to their cabin, what is this? Who gave you? Oh, it's your community. Oh, our community did not give. Your community does all these things. That is what we wanted to achieve, and that's how we gave away. Out of 50 whom we recognized, 43 came here in person, and the remaining 7, me and Pradeep Pai sir, along with Nandagopal Shanai and Siddhant Sinkar, we will go to their office and we'll honor them in their own office, and that will do it. Secondly, when we were honoring Dinesh Pai, the executive chairman of Hangyo Ice Cream, when his next generation were honoring him with the shawl, I could see the tears in Dinesh Pai's eyes when they touched his feet. And that is family managed business. When their own next generation honor them publicly and they seek the blessings by touching their feet, that takes a long way, the business. And Siddharth did ask them the toughest question: do you have any idea of an exit? I'll tell all the youngsters, you have the liberty to exit from the family, not from the business. If you want to go away, no problems. We have better employees, we have better stakeholders, we have fantastic people there asking for your business, and they don't want the stake, they just want to be a part of the family managed business. So any kids, if they want to pursue their professional career, good luck to you. Apply for a job, take a job, work 9 to 5 or 5 to 9, the way how they tell you, and weekend slog. If you're working for a US company, sleep the whole day, work the whole night. We don't have any problems, but we will not allow them to sell the business which they have not built for themselves. So very, very clear from family managed business. Family is different, business is different, management is different. Family, be united. Business should be run by the best of the management. Preference is given to the family members. Just because they're family, no. It should be run by the best of the people, and preference is given to the family members. So distinguish between the family, business, and management. Now in the family, when you deal with the cousin consortium, it's very, very difficult to manage the business. When does the cousin consortium will happen? When you deal with your brothers, you're born to the same parents, it's much easy to give and take. After all, is your brother. You played together, you fought together, and you went around together. And you still feel that I can give a little bit or I can take a little bit. It happens. That is what we call the first generation when you deal with your brothers. And how does the brothers come to the business? Generally, it is always one person who starts the business, always. Because the brother is not doing well or is working elsewhere, in some conversation, in some family meeting, what are you doing? How much they are giving? Why are you struggling like that? Come here with me. That's all the commitment. There's no letter of offer. It is just that commitment that instead of working in Mumbai, instead of working in Delhi and coming once a year here, come, we'll do something. Come here, I'm there. So elder brother will tell like that, younger brother, 1, 2 will come. And that's where, when the auditor says that we need to make it as a partnership now, and most of the times they make it as equal. That is the highest honesty I have seen in the family business. Irrespective of the capabilities, they make their siblings as equal. It doesn't mean that they're equally capable. It doesn't mean that they deserve equality. It's just that he's my brother, it doesn't matter. Now that has to be respected by the second generation. How did they come? And now that is easy to manage. Now the next level is when their children come into the business, which we call it as cousins and cousins consortium. And if you have 3 brothers, you have each one have 2 children, then you have 6 people on the WhatsApp group talking about the business which they never even built. They don't even know about it. And that cousin consortium is the riskiest one. My advice to the people where you have the cousin consortium, please have a family council. And hold on to the family council, discuss religiously what to be discussed in the family meetings, what to be discussed in the business meetings, how the board meeting should be run, and how the family dining room talk should happen. You might say that, Ullas, is it really required? It is required, otherwise they destroy the business. It is required, otherwise they destroy the business, because negative things works very fast. Positive very rarely move. Negative works very, very fast. He didn't call me for that birthday party, I will not go for that birthday party. He didn't call for, he's going around with that girl, I will not tell with whom I'm getting married. These are all the small, small things which happen, but affects when you write business plan, it affects. When you sit in the boardroom, it affects. When you want to take the company future, it affects. Because he didn't call you for one of the engagement, you will not call for any of the engagements. Because he has not told one item, you will never tell anything to anyone and you get isolated, but you are still a owner. People need your signature and you will not sign. When you don't sign, you are into problem. When you are into problem, then you go to a lawyer. A lawyer is generally with the people whom they pay the fees. The person who pays the fees, he is the boss. So don't get into that. When you are getting into the cousin consortium, make sure that there is a family council, there is certain do's and don'ts, what they need to do it, and please have outside mentors who are celebrated entrepreneurs as a part of the family council so that they become sounding board for the family issues. That is the family. The business part. Never think that the past performance will guarantee you future performance. Past performance is no guarantee for future performance. Most likely, the past performance lead to future disaster. Because when you are a performer, what happens is that you get into the success mode. And the success mode, when you are ignorant, when you have the money in the bank, and you don't want to care for anybody, is a recipe for disaster. When you are ignorant, when you don't have the time to read what happens in the marketplace, when you can't digest 60 minutes of presentation of Pranav, it's very, very difficult to digest that slides. 60 slides, it takes 60 years to digest. But if you don't want to go through that, you don't want to understand where the country is going, where the state is going, where your district is going, what disruption is happening, then you have money in the bank, and you are making money year after year, somewhere without your knowledge, something will come in your mind that nothing will happen to me. That is the beginning of the end of the business era for you. It takes time. It won't collapse overnight. It collapses over a period of time. So you should be very careful how to manage the success. In India, it's very easy to manage the failure. Indians are extraordinarily brilliant in managing the failure because actually, that period, 7.5 years, Shani was going. It's not my problem. That was my horoscope problem. Actually, at that point in time, we moved to a new office. That was the Vastu problem. There has nothing to do with my problem. There is a Vastu problem. Actually, at that point in time, I'm married to that family. From that family's negative virtues have come here. You have every reason to blame other than the self. That is, when you are failure, you have a dozen reasons to say why you have failed other than saying that I failed because of my decision. But when you are in India, we can manage failure. In India, they are not able to manage the success. Any of the stories, if you see the business people who have failed, you will see that they fail after they become successful only. Nobody fails as a fail. It's always successful, then extra successful, then super successful, and then the failure. So we say that middle class, upper middle class, rich class, super rich class, ultra rich class, then stinking richness, then comes the cousin consortium. After the cousin consortium comes, we call it as an employment exchange. That is the fourth generation when they come. How the recruitment will happen? What are you doing? Nothing. I'll go to my factory. What are you doing? Nothing. Thinking. Don't think, come to my office. What does he do there? Nobody knows. Why are you recruiting them? You don't even know. Whether such things happen in any corporate? No. So you need to be extra careful in managing the family, managing the business, and hire the best talent. And best talent will not come to you cheap. Best talent is very, very expensive. What is the cost of a talent? According to me, 10% of your company equivalent to 10% of your profit. Please give 10% of your company to the best talent. You can just relax at home. They will build the company to the next level, to the next level, to the next level. Keep that 10%. And 10% profit belongs to them. It's perfectly fine. And fire your decisions from their shoulders. Take the decision from their shoulders. It's very easy to say that I'm not alone in the board. There are many people in the board, and I need to take your approval from the board. So sorry, I can't say yes because it's not just my company. 10% is owned by somebody else. The next level of growth you want, take private equity. Give another 20% to private equity. It is not that just that you don't need the money. They bring in the system, they bring in the processes, they bring in the compliances, they bring in the corporate governance, and they make your company ready to create value. And value is not your sales, value is just not your profit. Value is how the business can go to the next level. And that's the valuation what they create. And if you do not want to raise money from anybody, it's good for you for this generation. Next generation, probably they take the loan. And do not expand more than what you can really digest. Do not expand for the sake of expansion. And raise the money when you don't need the money. When you really need the money, you need to stand in front of a bank and they'll ask you to come on the next Monday. So never ever wait to raise the money. You raise the money when you don't need, and if you can't make something out of that money, then you're not fit to be in business. If somebody gives you 100 crore and you don't know what to do with that, then you're not fit to be in business. Because primarily you are managing somebody else's business then. But when somebody tells you that, okay, I'll give you 100 crore, then if you have an idea of to make 500 crore valuation out of that, then probably you can start thinking about it. This is not I'm saying it applies to all. Some of the well-managed companies in the country have adopted this. This is the research which we have done. It is fine. But I'm saying that the small and medium enterprises, which today contributes almost 35% of the GDP comes from small and medium enterprises. So entrepreneurs like you contribute 35% of the GDP, and you contribute to over 80% of the jobs are created by people like you. 80% of the jobs are created by people like you. To that extent, we owe it to our nation. We can't fail. If we fail, the nation will fail. If we fail, job loss will happen. If job losses happen, then it's not good to the country. And we need to ensure that we are doing good, our society is in the right hands, and state is doing good, and the nation will do, then we can probably go very easily go towards the third largest economy. And growth is life. If company is growing, not in the volume, it's a matter of time, you will have to close. Growth is life in the sense, what I'm saying is that if GDP is at 7, if inflation, if you take, say, 6 or 7, if you're growing at 12, 13%, you're not a great businessman, you're just a businessman. If you're growing at 30% CAGR year after year, then you are a wonderful businessman. And if you are not reducing your cost year on year, then you are very, very generous. And my calculation says that family managed business has a generosity cost of 2% EBITDA. If real EBITDA is 15%, if you are having 13%, the 2% is generosity. And you are just doing it because you can't ask them to do better, or you are not asked them to go home. So to that extent, be generous in building the top line, be generous in building the profit line, and be generous in paying the tax, not exactly on the advance tax dates, maybe 6 days before you paid, it goes to the government. Government can use it in putting the money in infrastructure. And don't wait till the last day to file the return. Please file the returns within 8 days of closing your year. Then you become a corporate with virtue and with compliance that you can say that within 8 days we are filing our returns. You don't have to hide anything. You don't have to seek anything in the faceless assessment. And this time, it's a history, probably anywhere in the world, sir. Infosys has to be given complete credit. This time, September 29, somebody has filed the return. Within 4 hours, he got the assessment order through the email within 4 hours, and next day morning, refund was there in the bank. Next day, the refund was there in the bank, and can you ever imagine any part of the world such things can happen? This is India. Accept it and change the way how we are doing the business for good. If you are doing very well, then you do extraordinarily well. If you are doing extraordinarily well, then please scale up as quickly as possible. Lastly, unit economics, scale advantage. People who do not understand the unit economics and the scale advantage, then disruption will take over the business sooner or later. You need to know how much does it cost to produce 1 truck, 10 trucks, 1,000 trucks, 10,000 trucks. End of the day, the person who is manufacturing 10,000 trucks will take everybody's business because unit economics will help him to build his business. And whatever the disruptions which Pranav has shown us, bits and pieces of your business is going through him. Bits and pieces of business they are taking together. It is not that the new business they're creating the existing business in a new format. That's what the disruption is all about. Take an example of Swiggy. Because of Swiggy, we are not eating more. Instead of going to the hotel, we are eating sitting at home. Because of Amazon, we are not buying more. Instead of going to the shop, we are getting it on Amazon at home. So they are replacing the business. And some people say that, oh, these days, nobody comes to the restaurant. They don't know that they've already taken the food from the cloud kitchen. They're not even come to your brand. They've already taken from the cloud kitchen and they're already eating at home Chinese cuisine at an affordable cost. So beware of all these things. And that's very, very important for the business person to know it. And education. As a businessman, you spend a lot of time in discussing, arguing, and whatever you discussed, and please stop all those things. Write a business plan for 5 years if you can. Most of you cannot. If you can, write a business plan for 5 years. And in that, the first year should be 95% accurate. If it is 90% accurate, consider yourself as a failed businessman. You should be able to write the business plan for next 1 year, which is 95% accurate on the top line, on the gross margin, on the EBITDA, on the profit after tax, 95%. And consider yourself as if it is 92%, you have failed. That's the perfection we need. The second year should be 85%. The third year should be 80. Then it is 75. The fifth year, you should be able to predict 75% of your business, both on the top line and the bottom line. Why I'm saying that? The moment you freeze this business plan, ask somebody to execute that. Don't be a driver of your business. Be a passenger of your business. Most of the time, you don't like your driver, and you drive your business, and driver will be sitting behind, sleeping. I'll tell once again. Most of the times, you hire the best of the talent, and you tell him that this is not okay, that's not okay, this is not okay, that's not the way to do. He said, sir, you only do it, sir, no problem. Whatever you say, I'll do it. That means you are driving the car, he's sitting behind, and you pay for the driver, and you're driving for him. And he'll be looking outside the window. And you pay for him. Don't do that. Don't do that. And when you drive, you can only drive one vehicle. As an entrepreneur, you should have plenty of vehicles, plenty of drivers, best of the drivers for the best of the guests you should give, and that's the way to run. And you have made mistake, nobody question you. Somebody makes a mission in the organization, you question them right from the morning till the evening. Never do that. So family part, please take care of it. Children are the best gift from the God. Children are the best to run your company. Children has to be taken care like a children. And when the way how your father has taken care of you, not necessarily that you should have the same yardstick, please talk to them like friends. And there is a myth which I want to tell you all of you, that you think that you are always better than your parents as far as the business is concerned. But you think that your children are not as good as you when it comes to the business. That is the hypocrisy. That's the hypocrisy. My father don't know much. My son also don't know much. Only I know everything. That is the recipe for disaster. That understanding is the recipe for disaster. Don't get into that. And the last part, which I was telling you about, the education, please undergo some kind of an executive program once a year, at least for 4 days, 5 days, 6 days. And we conduct that program very regularly in a NITTE, and every time we educate our entrepreneurs. And I want to tell you that in my program, the eldest who has come in my program is 72-year-old entrepreneur, and the youngest came at 18 years of age. That is Manjunath from Bharat BD. And I have never seen a smarter boy than 18-year-old Manjunath. For me, he is a role model. The kind of questions what he asked me in the program, I'm yet to digest that questions. So that is the kind of education is required to be abreast, to be aware of what's happening around you. You want lunch or not? So this is what we want to do as a community, and the collective experience of all of us are there with you, and a lot of retired people who have come from the best of the MNCs, best of the corporates in the world, and probably today they don't know what to do at the age of 60 or 62. We want to bring them as a mentors, we want to bring them as a guide, we want to bring them as a philosophers, we want to connect it with the technology, have a network, and anybody wants to have any kind of second opinion, or anybody wants to have some kind of understanding of the world, we want to bring them all together. We'll bring in the wealthy people to put it in the new startup if it makes sense. It has to make a business sense. Then only we can invest the money in such companies, and we also do the handholding if it is required. And end of the day, let us take that any business up for sale, Konkani community should buy that business, and Konkani community should not sell the business. Anybody. That's my dream. My dream is that, forget about selling the business. We are talking about the entrepreneurship. We are talking about the celebration of entrepreneurship. We are here to buy the business. We are not here to sell the business. Any community want to sell the business, come to us, we buy all. No problem. We have enough kids who are willing to run that business. You have seen here 50, yesterday they were wearing white. Today they are wearing red color of t-shirt. They are all engineers. They are all scholars of WKC. They are not just ordinary people. Because it is a weekend, we invited them, they have come wholeheartedly, and all of them has worked like any other. There is no payment for them. There is no extra care for them. It is just that we told that Mohandas Pai will be there for 2 days if you wish. Please come. So everybody came to see Mohandas Pai. And we know where to sell Mohandas Pai. And we just told that Mohandas Pai is there for 2 days. If you want, you come. It's just that hearing him, talking to him, seeing him, taking one picture from him, you can see that number of wonderful people. Tomorrow, if we tell them saying that there is one business, they're doing not so good, do you think that we can run that business? Happily, they'll go and run the business for you very, very nicely, much better than probably our own people. So to that extent, we have enough family members within our community. So I wish everyone very best. And the photograph we have taken in the morning, 2 photographs we have taken. One photograph during the walk time, and just to show you how you look early in the morning. I know that you will not showcase to anybody. But that is to show how you look when you go for the walk. The second photograph is here with well-dressed all the entrepreneurs. And that's the one which you should be showcasing in your office or at home. And we have taken 2 pictures. And we have already, our WKC volunteers have already printed and made the frame for you. Made the frame for you. Those pictures. While going, please collect that pictures. In case if it is anything short, we'll ensure that it will reach your destination in the same way if you give your email ID. So wonderful having all of you together with more than 500 people staying with us for 2 days. For me personally, meeting my Ganesh PD people who helped me in my education, meeting the Anand Pai, who gave me the first big fees of 10,000 rupees in '87 for 2.5 months' work, and being with my role model in corporate governance, Mohandas Pai, and convincing Pranav Pai to make a presentation, what he makes to the world, to our own community, is the hallmark for these 2 days, personally for me, and I'm humbled with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for always inspiring us with your energy and encouragement.
Thank you. Yeah, at the same time, I just want to say that the person behind us in this particular program, we have many, many people to thank, But one person who is very, very important for all of us is our own dear Pradeep Pai sir. He has put in a lot of effort. Where is Pradeep Pai sir? And I want Nandagopal Shanai and Siddharth Sinka to come to the stage. And we are not disclosed to him, but the way how we brought this program together, bringing in all the stalwarts and making everyone to come here, taking care of them, and last 1 week he has not slept. Yesterday also he did not sleep. And it is like doing the daughter's wedding for him. For 2 days he's been with us, but last 10 days he's done an extraordinary job. Sir, please. And we just want to honor from WKC and from Saraswat Chambers for the wonderful job what he has done for the community.
It's a overwhelming feeling for me. It's a great event. I'm really happy because the Navaratnas of our community all are here on our sincere and humble request. I will not mention the names. The top entrepreneurs, the top professionals of Saraswat community are here, and I'm really happy that they made it with their better half, most of them, and I enjoyed these 2 days here. Thank you, sir.
Along with that, have two more extraordinary human beings. One is Guru, other one is Sahana. And Guru and Sahana, wherever you are, please come. Otherwise, they run away from here. Guru, Sahana. It is the people behind the entire show. They have done a wonderful job for us. And Sahana, you may not be knowing, all of you may not be knowing who is Sahana is. Sahana is in charge of our WKC, managing our scholarship, and Guru is in charge, CEO of WKC. And Sahana Kini, whom we have seen now, she has a network of 3,000 scholars of WKC at her phone call. And we call her as Sahanaka because she is known as Sahanaka in our World Konkani Center scholarship program. And whenever you are in Mangalore, please visit World Konkani Center. It's worth seeing a place, the way how they are maintained, the way how they're running the programs, you should see. And if you go during the breakfast time, you get the best of the best breakfast, which is not available anywhere in Bangalore. You'd go during the lunchtime, you get the best of the lunch, and if you go out in the evening, you'll get the best of the dinner. But she's the only person who taught me zero wastage in food. She will not allow you to leave even one grain of rice. One grain also, she will ensure that it will get into your mouth. And the WKC children have realized the value of food. WKC scholars, they adopt the zero wastage, whichever the company they are working, whichever the community they are working, whichever the country they have gone. And that zero wastage food policy, what she had brought there in WKC, has gone to nook and corners of the world. Because whenever we ask anyone, what is the one thing which you remember in WKC? Apart from every good thing they have done for you, they say zero wastage policy we have inculcated in our life. And in our home, we don't waste. In our canteens, we don't waste. Wherever we go, we don't waste, and you can imagine that how much of the food wastage probably will have been shortened because of her initiative. A month back, I was in Carnegie Mellon for some talk, and one kind person comes to me saying that, "Sir, I'm from WKC Scholars, sir. Can I take a picture with you?" I said, "Oh, you're from WKC, you're a scholar, sir. I've seen you, sir. When you're talking, I've seen you. But it's the first time I'm coming close to you. Can I take a picture?" I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "No, sir, I became a scholar. I got money from WKC. And after doing my engineering, I worked for 2 years in Bangalore. And I wanted to go abroad. And I got the support from WKC. He's been sponsored by WKC Mohandas Pai. And he went abroad. And he graduated from Carnegie Mellon in Masters, and he had come there for graduation. And that is the pure impact. That is the pure impact what Mohandas Pai has told by one simple sentence: no Konkani child should be deprived of higher education for want of money. So he's a Konkani child, he wants to study abroad, and WKC through Mohandas Pai supported it, and his wish is fulfilled, and I'm the witness. He took the selfie with me. He paid the money. He took the selfie with me. So this is our community. This is our community. Let us celebrate that. Let us celebrate that. So we want many, 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 many such students to be a part of our community. And next level of leadership are them, those people who are wearing T-shirts, red color, yesterday, white color. They run the society for us. They run the community for us. And they are our future leaders. Our job is to groom them. So once again, big thank you for them.
One of the Scale Up Award winners, Dharani Biotech, weren't there at that point of time when we were giving the awards. Now we are here. I request Shri Ravindra Pai sir to kindly step onto the dais to hand over the check. Thank you, sir. Hearty congratulations, Dharani Biotech.
We shall now have a small video played about Saraswat Chamber on screen, followed by a video of WKC.
Connecting community through commerce. Our roots run deep, tracing back to the rich lineage, blessed by the divine goddesses Saraswati and Lakshmi. From the northern peaks of Kashmir to the southern shores, the community is known to create leaders, visionaries, and pioneers in art, commerce, sports, trade, and more, leaving a permanent mark on our society. Yet, as we stand on the threshold of a new era, we realize the need to rekindle that old fame, to elevate our community to greater heights and together. In our chamber, commerce is not just any transaction, but a symphony of aspiration, harmonizing the dreams of every member. Every effort is a testament to the power of our collective spirit. Belonging leads to pride, and pride fuels progress. We stand together as a community with each other playing a part in our nation's advancement. Inclusivity is more than just a word. It's a fundamental principle that guides us as we work collectively to strengthen our country. In fact, today, the Saraswat community stands as one of the foremost contributors to our nation's GDP. Our collective efforts echo in the heartbeat of the economy. Our events speak volume, from LEAP, where we offer crucial financial support to our entrepreneurs and professionals, to Saraswat Beacons, where visionaries share their remarkable journeys. Our conclaves and knowledge-sharing sessions, uniting 300 plus participants, is a nexus of learning and networking. Let us not forget the newly launched exclusive Saraswat Margadarshan, where seasoned experts provide invaluable personal mentoring. Our tie-ups with the esteemed institutions like GIM in Goa offer exceptional management development programs. In every attempt, the Saraswat Chamber of Commerce stands as an inspiration of growth, vibrancy, and determination. Together, we are not just shaping the future, but defining it. Saraswat Chamber of Commerce, connecting community through commerce.
समस्त कोंकणी लोकांक विश्व कोंकणी केंद्रातर्फेन नमस्कार. विश्व कोंकणी केंद्र स्थापन जावन 13 वर्सां भरले. 1995 ಇಸ್ವೆಂತು ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಚೆಲ್ಲಲೆ ವಿಶ್ವ ಕೊಂಕಣಿ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಂತೂ ಹಜ್ಜೆ ನಾಂದಿದ ಬರ್ಲಲೆ. ವಿಶ್ವ ಕೊಂಕಣಿ ಸರ್ದಾರ್ ಮಣ್ಣು ನಾವ್ ಪಾವಿಲೆ ಬಸ್ತಿ ವಾಮನ್ ಶೆಣೆ ಮಮ್ಮನ ಹಜಿ ಕತ್ತಿರ ಕಂಕಣ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ತಂಗೆಲೆ ಅವಿರತ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ ನಿಮಿತ್ತ 2009 ಇಸ್ವೆಂತು विश्व कोंकणी केंद्र ಬಂದೂಚೆ ಸ್ವಪ್ನ ಸಾಕಾರ ಜಲ್ಲೆ. हंतु महादानी डॉक्टर पी दयानंद पै हंगेले दयाणे अपार जावनस. ह्या 13 वर्सांतू विश्व कोंकणी केंद्र खंय पावला, कोंकणी भास संस्कृती समुदाय मुखारवरचे ध्येय कितले प्रमाणावर यशस्वी जाला म्हणून आम्ही पळोवया.
मंगळूरचे शक्तीनगरांतू उभे राबला समस्त कोंकणी लोकांगेले श्रद्धा केंद्र विश्व कोंकणी केंद्र. कोंकणी साहित्य भंडार विश्व कोंकणी ग्रंथालय, कोंकणी साधकांगेले स्फूर्तिदायक विश्व कोंकणी कीर्ती मंदिर, कोंकणी इतिहास आणि परंपरा दर्शिनी विश्व कोंकणी वस्तु संग्रहालय, हवा नियंत्रित सभाभवन, विश्वस्त मंडल, सुव्यवस्थित परिसंवाद भवन, भाषा प्रयोगालय, प्राचीन हस्तप्रती आणि पुस्तकांक डिजिटायझेशन करची व्यवस्था, विश्व कोंकणी संशोधना केंद्र, अत्याधुनिक लाईव्ह स्ट्रीम स्टुडिओ आणि कोंकणी भाषिक जनांगेले सर्वांगीण अभिवृद्धी खातीर सेंटर ऑफ एक्सलन्स श्रेष्ठता केंद्र, विद्यार्थ्यांक संशोधकांक साहित्यकारांक राबचे खातीर एक सुसज्जित वसतिगृह व्यवस्थित रूपारी नियोजन जाला.
मंगळूरांतू विश्व कोंकणी केंद्र स्थापन केल्या नंतर कॉर्पोरेट लीडर श्री टी.व्ही. मोहनदास पाय हांनी विश्व कोंकणी केंद्राक आयले. हांनी आयिल्ले नंतर आमगेलो कोंकणी समाज एक बलिश्ठ समाज जावच्याका आमी कसकसन करका म्हणून विजन 2030 म्हणले एक प्रोग्राम घालून आमकां कार्यक्रम घालून दिलो.
आमगे समाज एक ग्लोबली डॉमिनंट समाज जावका त्या म्हळ्यार विश्वांतू आमी राबोनो ताकदवार जावन मुखार येवका. मुखार येयल्यार आमगेले आयडेंटिटी आमगेले मूळ केन्नाय आमी विसरचे.
विजन TVM 2030 आशय विश्व कोंकणी केंद्राचे मुखेलपणारी कार्यगत जतस. विश्व कोंकणी केंद्र आज एक युनिव्हर्सिटी वरी काम करतस. युनेस्को मार्गदर्शी प्रकार कोंकणी भास आणि संस्कृती मुखारची पिळेक सांबाळून दवरचे काम महत्वाचे. आमगेले काम मानून घेवन भारत सरकाराचे संस्कृती सचिवालय, कर्नाटक सरकार तशी गोंय सरकारान अनुदान दिवन आमकां पाठिंबो दिला. कोंकणी सांस्कृतिक परंपरा दाखलीकरण, बहुलिपी समस्या सुधारण करचे कोंकण वर्टर लिप्यंतरण तंत्रांश, मध्यकालीन दस्तावेज पुस्तक 5 लाख पानांकय चड डिजिटायझेशन करून अंतर्जालार रिपॉझिटरी स्थापना, कोंकणी भाषेचे वैविध्यमय बोलिंक भाषाशास्त्रीय नदरेन दाखलीकरण, कोंकणी लोकांगेले DNA आधारित संशोधन, कोंकणी रंगभूमीचे इतिहास इत्यादी महत्वाचे संशोधना कार्य संपन्न जाला.
कोंकणी भाषेचे उदरगतीक कोंकणी शिक्षण प्रमुख आसून आमी विश्व कोंकणी केंद्रा दखून दखून 10th क्लासा मेरेन वेगवेगळी शाळे भितरी कोंकणी शिकोवच्याक शिक्षकांक नेमणूक केली. तशीच ह्या 12 वर्सां भितरी 4,500 विद्यार्थ्यांक कोंकणींतून आमी साक्षर करून तांकां विद्यार्थी वेतन आनी पुस्तक दिवन कोंकणी शिक्षणाक उमेद वाडयली.
कोंकणी साहित्याचे वाडावळे खातीर विश्व कोंकणी साहित्य समारोह चलोवन हाडटा. समारोहांतू कोंकणी साहित्य, समाज आणि समुदायांचेरी विविध विचार गोष्टी, परिसंवाद आणि चर्चासत्र चलता. श्रेष्ठ कोंकणी साहित्य रचयितांक विमला वी पै विश्व कोंकणी साहित्य पुरस्कार, कविता कृती पुरस्कार, जीवन सिद्धी सन्मान तशींची बस्ती वामन शेणे विश्व कोंकणी सेवा पुरस्कार प्रदान करून सन्मान जाता. कोंकणी रत्नकोश, परिचय कोश, कोंकणी साहित्याचे अनुवाद प्रकाशन, कोंकणी बालसाहित्याचे प्रकाशन अशी भरपूर पुस्तकांचे प्रकाशन विश्व कोंकणी केंद्रान केला. विजन TVM 2030 मुळांतू महत्वाचे कार्यक्रम म्हळ्यार विश्व कोंकणी विद्यार्थी वेतन.
एव्हरी इयर आमी एक फंड कलेक्ट करून चेडवांक पूर्ती फीस इंजिनियरिंग आनी मेडिसिनाच्या जेवचे फीस दिवचे तसले एक फंड करया. आनी रमदास चेअरमन जा आनी प्रदीप तू सेक्रेटरी जा म्हणून आज ही दिली. ती आज्ञा आमी 10 वर्सां परिपालन करून एक 25 कोटी रुपये स्कॉलरशीप दिलें. म्हत्वाचें काम जेवच्याक मूल पुरुष म्हणा, कुलदेव म्हणा, कसले म्हणा, हें श्री टी.व्ही. मोहनदास पाय.
आमगेल युवजनांक कौशल्य तरबेती दिवचे खातीर स्थापन केलेल्या क्षमता अकादमी द्वारा सुमार 40,000 मानव दिवसांकय चड कौशल्य तरबेती कार्यक्रम आयोजन केला. विश्व कोंकणी विद्यार्थी वेतन आणि कौशल्य तरबेती घेतील विद्यार्थी आज विश्वभरारी यशस्वी जावन उन्नत स्थानांक पावल्यांती. तांणी स्वयंप्रेरणेरी 2014 इसवींतू विश्व कोंकणी अलुमनाय असोसिएशन स्थापन केला. आज विश्व कोंकणी विद्यार्थी वेतन घेवचे चेडवांक यशस्वी अलुमनायंगेले फाटीबल मेळटा. साधकांनी तांगेल जीवनपथ दाखोवन दिवचे प्रेरणा कार्यक्रम, हात धरून मुखार व्हरचे सुशिक्षा मेंटरिंग कार्यक्रम इत्यादी अनेक योजना अलुमनाय असोसिएशन चलयता. पदवी शिक्षण घेवचे युवजनांक उद्योगशील करचे क्षमता युगेटीन तरबेत कार्यक्रम आणि CA शिकचे चेडवां खातीर 30 दिसांचे CA Power 25 उपक्रम अनेक कॉर्पोरेट नेतर उल्हास कामत हांगेल प्रायोजकत्वारी चलता. प्रसिद्ध त्रिशा क्लास हांगेल सहभागित्वार चलचे हे कार्यक्रमांतू शिकेल चेडवां अत्यधिक संख्येरी CA इंटरमिडिएट परीक्षा उत्तीर्ण जाल्यांत. कोंकणी समाजाचे दुर्बळ समुदायांक कम्युनिटी डेव्हलपमेंट वर्कशॉप, कॅपॅसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम, बृहत प्रमाणाचे सोशो इकॉनॉमिक सर्वे, कौशल्य अभिवृद्धी आणि विद्यार्थी वेतन दिवन असले सामाजिक जावन आर्थिक जावन मागशे आशिल्ले समुदायांक मुखार येवच्याक उत्तेजन दिता. प्रसक्त अध्यक्ष श्री नंदगोपाल शणे हांगेल प्रायोजकत्वार चलचे समहित कार्यकल्पाच्या अंतर्गत अनेक समाजमुखी कार्य विश्व कोंकणी केंद्रानं हातांत घेतला. हांतू प्रतिभाशाली चेडवांक सान्नप्रायरीची सोदून काडचे माणिक्य गिफ्टेड चाइल्ड कार्यक्रम, भायल मनशांक व्यार करच्या उमेद दिवचे उद्यम प्रेरणा कार्यक्रम प्रमुख जावन आसा.
अत्याधुनिक लाईव्ह स्ट्रीम स्टुडिओ स्थापन जातरी विश्व कोंकणी यूट्यूब वाहिनी मुखेन विंगड विंगड समुदायांचे कार्यक्रम विंगड विंगड कोंकणी बोलेरी प्रसार जाता आसा. विश्व कोंकणी केंद्राचे स्वप्न पळयले विश्व कोंकणी सरदार बस्ती वामन शणै हांगेल उडगासू आनी तांणी घाल दिलेले पायवाट आमगेल मुखार आसा. बस्ती वामन शणै मामान आनी श्री टी.व्ही. मोहनदास पै मामान पळयलेले स्वप्न साकार करचे दिशेन आमी काम करत आसात. विश्वांतूची एक आत्मनिर्भर आनी शक्तिशाली कोंकणी समाज बांदचे हे कामांत तुम्ही भागी जावेत. येया विश्व कोंकणी केंद्रा वटो हात मिळाया. सर्वांक देव बरें करो.
We shall now have a small montage of this Entrepreneurship Conclave played on screen that we celebrated since yesterday. May I now request Mr. Praveen Kakode, Director, Saraswat Chamber, and Mr. Nandagopal Shanai, President, World Konkani Center, to give the concluding remarks and vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. So it is my privilege to stand in front of such a great crowd. And as I stand here, I recollect what Ullas sir said when he came to Goa. He made a commitment from the stage that, next year you have to just come to Bangalore and attend a program. Everything will be done by us. I want to come and take a standing ovation. I want to give him a standing ovation for the wonderful things that he has done. I think all of us should. These three wonderful organizations came together, almost like Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. World Konkani Center, Saraswat Chamber, and definitely the knowledge power behind it, the UK and Co. And I've attended several programs, some of them internationally. I don't think I've attended a program better than this. At Saraswat Chamber of Commerce, we strongly believe that commerce and community, if these two things viewed together, there can be some magic. So Chamber plays a critical role of creating the connect. So today, while we were outside, one of the members suggested that all Saraswat members should click a picture. I said, you are completely wrong. I said, Chamber should have everybody in the picture as a member. So I feel everybody who is in business or is a professional should definitely consider joining Saraswat Chamber, not with the intention, what can I get from it, what can I add to it? Because it is your chamber, it is our chamber, and it is our duty that we collectively add value for the future generations. This program definitely is a great success, but it is also setting a tone for what we need to do in the future. Because I feel all the ideas which have been tossed by all the brilliant speakers and the luminaries, it is a lesson for us youngsters. I call myself young, just lost my hair a little early. It is a lesson for us that, we owe it to our future generations. It is very critical that we spend some time, maybe an hour, 2 hours a week, for the community and make a difference. We are enjoying a lot of benefit of what our ancestors have done. Now it is our turn. My request is, please join the movement. Together we can, we will. And this is what we require. I want to also announce, as a follow-up, we are having a very nice event in Goa on the 9th of December. We are planning a construction conclave, very focused on the construction activity, whether it is environment, infrastructure, as well as construction. I will request everybody to please come to Goa. We will love to welcome you. With that, I take again this opportunity to thank all of you for making time from your busy schedules, coming all the way and giving us all the blessings. Thank you very much.
Entrepreneurship Conclave कडेर ताईं बैसून हॉलांतू प्रेजेंट आशिल्ल्या सर्वांक म्हगेलो नमस्कार. बहुशा हांगा पुणी उलयनाशी बसताची लंच ब्रेकाक वतना पुराय उलयत पळयतना म्हाका एक टायम मॅशिनारी 500 वर्सां फुडें प्री मायग्रेशन पिरियडाक आमी गोंयांत कशें आशिल्लेची कितले जन ओट्टू मेळून कशें आशिल्लेची म्हणल्यार एक फिलींग आयलें. तें एक भारी एक अद्भुत क्षण हें एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कॉन्क्लेवांत तो आमकां पूर जाणां मेळ्ळें म्हूण सांगचें हांव इश्ट पावतस. मुखी जावन सांगचें वची कसल म्हळ्यार कॉन्क्लेव जाता, नेक्स्ट इयर जाता आनी एक वर्स जाता. ते दोन कॉन्क्लेवा मध्य कसं जाता म्हळ्यार दॅट टेक्स सिग्निफिकन्स. आज इतले एल्युमनीसांक आमगेले हाईल पळयतना म्हाका मनान दिशिल्लें कसल म्हळ्यार ह्या एल्युमनीसांक आमी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिपांत ट्रेनिंग दिवका, क्षमता ट्रेनिंगांतू आमी दिवची ट्रेनिंगा वटूची एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ट्रेनिंगय
तांतू इन्क्लूड करका म्हूण म्हाका दिशील आसा आनी एका पण जायच ना ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ टायम वतले प्रति वर्ष एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कॉन्क्लेवा येतना तांतू कनिष्ठ एक 33% विश्व कोंकणीचे अलुमनीन स्टार्टअप पिच करचे कार्यक्रम जाव का म्हूण सांगून म्हगेले एक आशा आनी विशेष जावन आमी सर्व कोंकणी लोक मस्त नमने व्यार वहिवाट पुरे करता आसाची मस्त जन अंडर प्रिविलेज लोक आसा तांकां तांगेले पुरे मार्केट करच्या पुरे कश्ट आसा म्हणटना एक कोंकणी मार्केट प्लेस म्हणल्यार एक चिंतन आमी सिस्टमांत क्रिएट करून आमगेल जनाक तांतूं भाग घेवन तांगेले प्रॉडक्ट पुरे विकचे तशी फॅसिलिटेट करका म्हणल्यार एक चिंतन आनी साध्य जालें म्हणून जाल्यार म्हाका दिसता नेक्स्ट कॉन्क्लेवा मध्ये आमी कसनकी एक अचीव करून हांगा येतना सांचे तशें जावं का म्हूण सांगताची कार्यक्रमाक आयिल्ले सर्वांक आनी विशेष जावन आमगेले हे कार्यक्रम साध्य करून दिलेले स्पॉन्सरर्स आनी मेन सर्व स्पॉन्सरर्सांक हांव मस्त आभारी जावन आसा देव तुमकां सगळ्यांक बरें कर म्हूण सांगून नेक्स्ट कॉन्क्लेवाक मेळया आनी प्रति हांगा आयिल्ले लोकांक नेक्स्ट कॉन्क्लेवा येतना उलोवन घेतना कसनकी एक सांगचे तसले एक साधन कोण घेवन येवया म्हूण सांगताची तुमगेल्या सर्वांक एक हांव आशिर्वाद मागून घेता.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing team, I want to express our profound gratitude to our incredible sponsors. Your unwavering support has been the cornerstone of this event's success, enabling us to bring our vision to life and make a positive impact on our community. Your belief in our mission and your generous contributions have gone beyond financial support. They have ignited inspiration and created lasting connections. With your partnership, we have achieved remarkable milestones and we look forward to continuing support and together in this journey. Thank you for making this event possible and for being the driving force behind our shared success. Last but not the least, our amazing set of 36 volunteers from WKC, thank you for your selfless dedication and timeless efforts. Your commitment made this event a true success. May I now request Mr. Ullas Kamath, Mr. Nandagopal Shanai, and Mr. Siddharth Sinkar, to present the memento to our sponsors as a token of appreciation. Yeah, we have 7 gold sponsors. Century Group. I request Sri Ravindra Pai sir to collect the memento. Saraswat Bank. Saraswat Bank, Tempo Group, Manglo Ganesh BDs. I request Mr. Govind Shanai sir to come on stage, please. Games. Shri Balaji Bhatt. DBS Bank. Do we have any representatives from DBS Bank here? Okay. on to our silver sponsors. We have 11 silver sponsors, starting from Abharan Timeless Jewelry, Devagiri Tea. I request Ms. Usha Chennai to please receive the token of gratitude. Naturals Ice Cream. I request Shri Raghunandan Kamath sir to please come on stage. Okay, Mr. Girish Pai sir will be on stage. Ideal Ice Cream. I request Shri Mukund Kamath sir to come on stage, please. Hangyo Ice Cream. I'm requesting Srimati Deepa Pai and Shri Krishna Pai to please come on stage. Experitus Insurance Brokers Private Limited. I request Shri Sudhir Gudal sir to come on stage, please. Expert Group of Institutions. Enthought Pharmaceuticals. Bharat Group. Shri B.S. Rao. Saroj Sweets. I request Srimati Manisha Marathe ma'am to come on stage. RX Pharmaceuticals. So they are a bronze sponsors. India bronze sponsors. Union Bank of India. Sirsi Urban Cooperative Bank. Itex Premier. Sumit Woods. Biorex Pharma Private Limited. I also thank Thrime Consultancy and Atharva Fashion Needs for sponsoring the goodie bags. I would like to call upon our volunteers to please come on stage for a group photo. Later?
We have just 3 more people we need to thank. The 3 people who have hosted you for the last 2 days. All our hosts are beautiful hosts. So please stay on stage, gentlemen. If you can just give a big round of applause to them. Vatika Pai. Vatika Pai. Come all 3. Vatika, Pratiksha, and Pratibha. Thank you so much. Thank you. And lastly, I'd like to thank Giridhar Kamath sir for the walk this morning and really being the man behind the scenes. Giridhar Kamath sir, last. And Anil, thank you so much. Come. also like to thank all the three ice cream brands, Naturals, Ideal, and Hangyo, for providing us wonderful, delightful desserts after our meals. Thank you so much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our event for the 2 days. Thank you all for coming. I hope you guys enjoyed as much as we did. Thank you.
National anthem.
Lunch is served in the hall opposite like yesterday. Thank you. Yeah, today we'll be having natural ice creams. So you had Ideal for lunch yesterday, Hangyo for dinner. Today will be naturals. Thank you.